The Association of African Universities, AAU, Africa's apex higher education organization, invites stakeholders to its 15th quadrennial General Conference from 5th to the 8th of July 2021. The theme is the future of African higher education. The conference will be held virtually and hosted by the government of Ghana under 6 sub-themes as follows. Sub-theme 1, the future of African higher education post-COVID-19. Sub-theme 2, contributions of African higher education institutions to addressing the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sub-theme 3, contributions of African higher education institutions in achieving sustainable development goals. Sub-theme 4, funding of African higher education institutions in the face of unpredictable economy. Sub-theme 5, mainstreaming e-learning and the digital divide. Sub-theme 6, contributions of the diaspora to African higher education. Expected participants include ministries of higher education, academics, researchers and research organizations, regional economic communities, regional educational bodies like IUCA, CAMES, and Sarua, the organized private sector and captains of industry, development partners and other education stakeholders. The AAU's 15th Quadrennial General Conference is here. To register, kindly go to the link below, and for further enquiries, please visit the website www.event.aau.org/GenCon or send an email to secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org. AAU, the voice of higher education in Africa.
L'Association des universités africaines, AUA, l'organisation faîtière de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique, invite toutes les parties prenantes à sa 15e conférence générale quadriennale qui se tiendra du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Le thème de cette conférence est l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain. La conférence se tiendra virtuellement et se sera accueillie par le gouvernement du Ghana. Elle comprend les 6 sous-thèmes principaux suivants. Sous-thème 1, l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain après la COVID-19. Sous-thème 2, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour le relevé des défis liés à la pandémie COVID-19. Sous-thème 3, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Sous-thème 4, financement des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains face à une économie imprévisible. Sous-thème 5, intégration de l'apprentissage en ligne et de la fracture numérique. Sous-thème 6, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain. Les participants attendus comprenant entre autres les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, des universitaires, les chercheurs et organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les organismes éducatifs régionaux comme la IUCEA, la CAMES, la Sarua, le secteur privé organisé et les chefs d'industrie, les partenaires de développement, agences et organisations internationales et d'autres acteurs de l'éducation. La 15e conférence générale quadriennale de l'AUA est là. Pour vous inscrire et participer, veuillez visiter la tinyurl.com/AAUGC 2021 et pour plus d'informations sur la conférence, veuillez visiter le site web event.aau.org/GenCon ou envoyer un courriel à secgen@aau.org et copier info@aau.org. L'AUA, la voie de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique.
Hello, Africa, and welcome to AAU Talks on AAU TV. AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. My name is Irene Dufiade, and I'm going to be your host for today's discussion. Today, we are talking about promoting science and technology innovations in Africa. My guest for today's conversation is Dr. Oluseyi Adeyemi of First Technical University, Ibadan, Nigeria. We go for a quick break, and when we come back, we will start with our conversation. Do stay tuned. Welcome back. Dr. Oluseyi Adeyemi, thank you for joining us, and how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very fine. Thank you for having me.
Well, how are you doing? How has it been for you? We are all on lockdown. If I don't even ask, that would be insensitive. How is Nigeria coping with coronavirus?
Yeah, the government is trying all it could to ensure that the people are aware, people are well informed, and the people are following the protocols to at least reduce or alleviate the coronavirus.
Right. And so looking at the population of Nigeria, is it going so well for you?
Yeah, looking at the population, it's a risky thing.
Yeah.
And also concerning the nature of the virus.
Yeah.
But so far, the government is trying all it could to at least ensure that majority of the populace are safe.
That's okay. And so, Dr. Adeyemi, you are a lecturer at the First Technical University. We might not know a lot about it, so we want to talk about First Technical University and what you do over there.
Okay. First Technical University, it's a university that was established over 2 years ago. The main aim is to promote science, technology, and innovation with entrepreneurship, and also to ensure that there is a kind of outcome-based learning, whereby students just don't follow the theoretical module alone, but they bridge theory with practice.
Right. And so today we are discussing promoting science and technology innovations in Africa. And so my first question will be, why is it important? Because there is art, there is liberal art, there are other courses. But why is there the need to promote science and technology innovations in Africa?
Yeah, thank you. It's extremely important. First, I like to say, what is science? To me, science is just a way of developing knowledge and trying to apply that knowledge systematically, at least from evidences. And then when you think of technology, as well, when you think of innovation, you think of bringing out new ideas or creative ways of doing existing things. So when you think of the combination of all these three, you would agree with me that in Africa, we definitely need science, technology, and innovation in order to emanate into what we call a knowledge economy. We actually foster the prosperity of Africa. And that's why it's important that Africa that closely science, technology, and innovation.
Yeah, and talking about Africa, we know the Agenda 2063, which the STISA is a subset of it, which talks of science, technology, innovation, strategy for Africa. And looking at this roadmap for development, what can you say as leaders, or what was the thinking behind bringing out STISA?
Yeah. I think STISA is a very good framework and a very good policy. It's actually supposed to integrate Africa in terms of development in science, technology, and innovation.
Right.
What has brought to this is the fact that, everyone knows that Africa is not much in the developed world in terms of science, technology, and innovation. And in an attempt to do that, we actually need to promote and increase our level of scientific discovery, those discoveries in our own context.
Right.
We've
Very
seen a lot,
important.
we've seen a lot in the developed world. We've seen a lot happening, but yet coming to Africa, there is a gap.
Mm.
In order to reduce such gap, then we need to promote to ensure that those discoveries are well applied to the benefit of the populace in Africa and
Right.
at least larger world, and at least to be able to contribute something in terms of innovation to the global world.
Right. So how has the journey been so far? Because Stisa was 2014. Are we still on the road, or we've diverted a little bit?
Well, with policies like this, it's a well spelled out policy, but when you have a goal, some things come in between the goals that you cannot think of by the time you start to think of the goal. I won't say that we are there yet. I won't say that we have completely diverted from the STISA objectives, but I would rather say that we are not following it accurately as we have hoped to be, and that's
Yeah.
not a problem in itself. So many things have come in between. Even before this year, or can I say late last year,
Right.
before the emergence of the coronavirus, you agree with me that on the record, considering the disintegration of the program into phases,
Right.
still doing quite well in terms of following what they have per phase.
Right.
And right, we are in the third phase of the STISA agenda, which is to develop new programs. And coupled with the fact that coronavirus has come in, we can see a lot of new programs, a lot of new initiatives
Right.
asking for scientific discoveries, asking for scientific answers to questions. And on
Exactly.
that, I would say that STISA is still, going as it should be, but at least we can do better.
Right. And so we want to situate our conversations to African universities, to higher education in Africa. And so what are some of the prerequisites for CISA to be successful? Because as you said, there has been progress. But what do we need to do, or what do we need to get for it to be achieved completely in Africa?
Yeah. Thanks for that. Like I said, we need a very good enabling environment.
Great.
It's one thing to have these policies. It's one thing to ensure that those policies are implemented according to
Right.
what is set out in the policy frameworks.
Right.
So, for CISA to be able to promote scientific discovery, also promote the adoption of technology, and also create a way whereby people can be encouraged to think without the box, bring out new innovations, and think deep with some of the
Right.
problems that we know and some of the problems that are not yet known. Now, to bring my discussion down a little bit, apart from the enabling environment, we also talk of bringing out new programs that could actually involve the integration of most of the higher education universities in Africa.
Right.
Right now, there are some kind of scientific activities, research funding for PhD students, for postdocs, for a lot of scientific research grants are coming
Right.
out now that is actually to be able to collaborate with their colleagues in other countries, both within the African framework to be able to at least make some new discoveries about common problem or similar problems in those African countries.
That's fine. And so, talking about African higher education and what we can do, I want to talk about how, for us as academia, how we can integrate those who are not in the academic field. You know, there are a lot of people, if you come to Ghana, for instance, and you go to, let's say, Abosu Okai, if you go to Bremen in Kumasi, these are people who are doing technological work. You know, they will fix your car for you, but they don't have the prerequisite knowledge as to how to put this on paper, the knowledge to do it very well. And so how do we as Africa universities integrate some of these non-academic innovators to become such a powerful hub that we don't need just universities, but rather we can put all of these people into mainstream, let's say, engineering or technology courses for them for like development?
Yeah, that's quite great. Well, thinking of my own university where I presently lecture, that is one of the main objectives of the university.
Right.
To be able to have students that can blend theory with practice. Not engineers or not technical people with just theoretical knowledge, but people who use their hands to do something based on the knowledge and skill that they have acquired. And in an attempt to do this, they also have vocational programs for them, where they also learn the basic conventional skills. The reason why such is allowed is for them to be able to know what the skill is and the level that they were before they acquired that skill and the level that they are now when they have acquired that skill. So understanding that that skill is a value to them will also make them to think without the box, to think of new innovations, to think of new ways of doing existing things, and to bring out value from that. Then we can also say that an attempt to bring people from the society who don't have the theoretical knowledge. What we do is, we invite them for some of this vocational training for our students. And in that way, they have an interaction with our students. Our students are able to gain from their practice-oriented approach and from the skills that they have gathered over time. And our students are now able to think of the theoretical underpinnings of some of these things that these people that are in the society are doing without even formal education. And again, in my own university, one of the things they also do to encourage, people like that is they invite them to come over, show us your innovation, show us your invention.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Let's interact together. Let's critique it. We go through a critical analysis of what they are doing. And in that process, they are also able to understand, because sometimes they do things without even thinking of the reason why they did it.
They are doing it, exactly.
So when we talk together like that, we make them understand, okay, this is the reason why you are doing this. Then in that way, they understand the reason now. Then they can also think of, could there have been a better approach or a better way of doing such things? And like that, we tend to collaborate together to take such innovations or such inventions to the next level. That's what we've been doing in our university. Again, we also do have like a kind of tea meeting where people from the industry would come. The experts that we know from our different fields, would interact with the students and also with the faculties. And, through that interaction, ideas spring up, innovations spring up. And we tend to pursue that in collaboration with students, the faculty, and people from the industry. So there's a kind of active relationship between the town and the gown.
That's right. I was about asking you about linkages. But since you've already talked about that, we go for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue with our discussion. This is AAU Talks on AAU TV. Do stay tuned.
Welcome to the University of Khartoum, which was set up in 1902 in Khartoum, Sudan. The university has a lot of antique buildings, and among them is the University of Khartoum Library, which is one of the oldest buildings of the university. It was set up in the early 20th century. The library has benefited from some donations, and these include the Turkish and the Japanese corners. The Turkish corner was refurbished by the Turkish Cooperation Agency, and the Japanese corner was also refurbished by the Japanese International Cooperation Agency. The main entrance of the library has two big halls, the Western Hall and the Eastern Hall. These great halls house historic collections of the university. The university library facilities include an antique conference room that is a popular destination for numerous conferences and public lectures. The library is also a repository of ancient manuscripts, photos, newspapers, and very old maps of regions, countries, and Africa. The majority of the manuscripts are in Arabic. Among the artifacts in the library are a 900-year-old Holy Quran, a 20 volumes description of Egypt by Napoleon Bonaparte and a group of French scholars. There is the Sudan Almanac, which is over 100 years old, as well as a Holy Quran, which was donated by the President of the Sudanese Senate in the 1950s. University of Khartoum Library is a must visit to the first-time visitor, as well as researchers and other academics who visit Sudan.
Welcome back. In case you just tuned in, this is AAU Talks on AAU TV, and I'm here with Dr. Oluseyi Adeyemi of First Technical University, Ibadan, Nigeria, and we are discussing promoting science and technology innovations in Africa. Doug, before we went on the break, we were talking about a very critical issue of higher education in Africa, and that is university-industry linkages. I think these are some of the things that we don't really take absolute care of when we are in the universities, because most times, except those in the universities who are doing practical course, most of us don't go out to do real life, attachment for us to improve on what we've already learned. And then you talked about how important it is. Is there a way that we can make it compulsory for us to, as universities, to have something that is cut into law that if you are doing science, technology, innovation, there are supposed to be some hours that has been set aside technically for hands-on practice outside of your university?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Like I said earlier, in the curriculum of the present university where I am now, the First Technical University, Ibadan, there are vocational trainings that are held before they even start normal theoretical activities.
Oh, okay.
So with that, they're able to understand some skills, some values, and when they are now going through their main program, they are able to understand how those skills relate to what they are learning theoretically. Again, there are also already established hands-on trainings that are also involved in the curriculum, particularly when you are in the technical area or technical programs.
Sure.
Like in Nigeria here, we have the student work experience program for students that are in the 200 level undergraduates. That's about setting about some 8 weeks for them after their main theoretical learnings to be able to go out to the field, put their hands on something, learn the way they are doing it, and be able to bridge, the gap that is existing with what they have learned and what they are saying practically. And also, when they get to their 3rd level, industry. That is kind of related to their studies. And also, for technical courses, even in the 400 level, when they are in the 4th year, they still go for about 6 months, complete whole semester. to learn about practical things, to be able to at least leverage on their theoretical learnings with practice, and as such, bridge theory and practice. So that is already established in the curriculum, and that also has some regulatory or legal underpinnings, at least from the Nigerian University Commission.
Right.
So, following that from the Nigerian perspective on that scale, and coming down to the university scale, there is vocational trainings, and there is no project, no scientific, technological, or innovative project that the university will embark upon that it will not involve the students and the faculty.
Right.
And that is also to create a kind of robust environment.
Yeah. So I think for that we are doing well, but the question still remains. Things that we put on the ground, looking at improvements that we have, we still have a lot of challenges. And so I would want to know from you, since you are the expert, what has been some of the challenges and why are we still not seeing the progress that we want to see, because we are doing so much?
Well, to be honest with you, so many factors come into play.
Right.
In Nigeria, for example, there are also some established bodies that aim to assist universities in terms of funding to be able to do the research that they need for scientific discovery, the technology that they need to be able to train students and staff will be a problem. Those bodies like the TED Fund come in to assist. But then, like in my own university, it's just started about 2 years ago, but I can tell you that groundbreaking discoveries, according to the Vice Chancellor, who, like has always been said, is a perfectly fit, being that no matter the funding or the grant that he receives for all these kind of initiatives, they are well spent for such programs. So, when there is a value for spending money, then there will definitely be value that the student can also, get facilities that have been put on ground for them to be able to learn and achieve the main aim of the outcome-based learning, which we are trying to promote through science, technology, and innovations. So it comes back to the point that if things are done the way they should be done, without any level of corruption, then we will achieve much more.
Yeah.
Again, we also need some legal frameworks that create some kind of flexibility.
Right.
What is much more important is actually our contribution and the value that is earnest from our contribution. So it does not really matter for our students to be involved in a project for ages. But then what is much more important is if they do a little project, at least there are value from such project. So the point I'm making is it's also challenging to be able to get funds for students to do some kind of student little projects.
Right. And so you've listed about one or two. What other challenges do you think needs to be addressed for science, technology, and innovation to move in Africa?
Yeah, like looking at the sister framework, there are priority areas. Focusing much more on those priority areas. Like when we talk of food security, and also disrupted Africa, and now we are coming to a new normal. That's also challenging. But at least if there have been frameworks or a kind of body that is involved with, trying to combat new diseases, like in the government, in the Nigerian government, there is this NCDC, Nigerian Center for Disease Control. So I think in the university system as well, since we normally have a department that are involved with, dealing with diseases and, trying to find solutions, there should be a kind of funding for them to also look for the current diseases that we have in Africa, how they can be alleviated,
Right.
and in case we have some new diseases that we have not known, there should be some kind of enabling environment that would allow them to be able to act quickly to combat whatever new disease or whatever will be coming.
Yeah.
Taking an example of my university again, in terms of food security, we also think to have a large farm where we grow foods. And the university management also promote that by encouraging both staff and students, to have some little things doing apart from the main academic activity. So, when such a kind of framework is actually developed, it avoids a lot of other challenges.
Yeah.
Because if I grow the food for me and few other people, and you can grow the food for you and some other few people, like that, the chain is increasing, and before you know it, we'll be feeding our community.
Yeah.
And then the problem associated with food security will not be mentioned again.
Right. Right.
So that's
I think one critical thing that when we were touring Nigeria from the Association of African Universities, and one of the universities we were so proud of was Afe Babalola University, and he had put in place such mechanisms that you can get everything, including farms, poetry, whatever it is that is in the university. And this university is invested in science and technology. And so what you are saying is very critical and self-sustaining, even when we are on lockdowns and then things can't come in. These are investments that we need to do as African universities. And so we can't go without talking about some of the achievements that has been chalked by the First Technical University. And so I'll give you like a minute to tell us what has been some of the achievements that you've been able to do since science, technology, and innovation is involved.
Well, for the First Technical University, there have been some products that we've been able to develop, and they are already patented.
Okay.
There are still a lot of research activities about so many products that we are trying to fine-tune before we patent them. And there are also some products that we are commercializing right now.
Right.
So, in terms of what we've been doing in science, technology, and innovation, there is quite a lot of innovation that is going on in this university system. And people have always the young university, and like you mentioned the case of Afebala the other time, most of these things that they are doing, we are doing that, and we are also forging ahead, doing more things.
Yeah.
But we also have a fish pond where we raise fish. The university has its own, fishery.
Yeah.
So, we develop fish. We also have arable farming where crops are developed.
Right.
And, when we also have challenges with our automobiles, there is a section there that they are fixed.
Right.
And we also have some labs where, they are for material testing. We have labs for digital production of products.
Yeah.
So, these are, starting a university from the ground field is not easy.
It's not.
The management have been able, to bring itself from that level, at least to be at par with even long-term existing universities.
Yeah, and for just being 2 years, it's quite a huge achievement to get things patented and then commercialized. And so we know that you are doing well.
Yeah. Thank you.
And so we are wrapping up, Doc. So we would want to know what are some of the recommendations that you think that when we do science, technology, and innovation would be improved. What do you think that are some of the for this framework?
Yeah. Like I said, developing more programs that would integrate people from different universities in Africa more closely. our challenges are different and our resources are also different. But
Right.
then when we aim to harness all these resources together, we can bring out beautiful things. Again, thinking of an enabling environment, and I put emphasis on that because when you have a very good enabling environment, whatever you develop, is taken over, you are helped when you need help, the speed, the speed at which you get things done will be accelerated. So, and most of all these bureaucratic
I was about mentioning that the bureaucracies in Africa.
Exactly. That slow down things will have been done away with.
Yeah.
So I think that's the way to go for Africa.
All right. So thank you, Doc, for joining us this morning. This is just the first part of it. We'll come back for the part 2. It has been an insightful discussion with you this morning. In case you just tune in, this has been Promoting Science and Technology Innovations in Africa with Dr. Oluseyi Adeyemi. My name is Irene Dufiade and I have been your host for today's discussion. Do stay tuned.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or Ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
Good day, Africa. This is Event Update on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update is all about information on upcoming higher education events and scholarship opportunities in Africa. And it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. My name is Isabella Tetahinakwa.
Je suis Imelda Amoudi.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is pleased to invite you to its 15th General Virtual Conference hosted by the Government of Ghana under the theme, The Future of African Higher Education, which is scheduled from 5th to 8th July 2021. Sub-themes to be discussed are the future of African higher education post-COVID-19, contribution of African higher education institutions to address the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, contribution of the diaspora to African higher education, and many more. Expected participants are ministries of higher education, researchers and research organizations in Africa and beyond, academics, regional educational bodies, diasporans and their institutions who have interest in African higher education, Regional Economics Commission, REX, students, among others. The AAU is also inviting authors to submit papers on the General Conference theme and its sub-themes. They should include names, institutional affiliations, contact details of authors, and paper title. Interested applicants are to register via the link on the screen before 15th June 2021. And for more information, email secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org or visit www.events.aau.org/GenCon.
L'Association des universités africaines, l'AUA, est heureuse de vous inviter à sa 15e conférence virtuelle générale organisée par le gouvernement du Ghana sous le thème « L'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain » qui est prévu du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Les sous-thèmes à discuter sont « L'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain post-Covid-19, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour relever les défis liés à la pandémie de Covid-19. Contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain et bien d'autres. Les participants attendus sont les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, les chercheurs et les organismes de l'enseignement, recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les universitaires, les organismes éducatifs régionaux, les diasporans et leurs établissements qui s'intéressent à l'enseignement supérieur africain, les commissions d'économie régionale, la CER, les étudiants entre autres. L'AUA invite également les auteurs à soumettre les articles sous le thème de la conférence générale et les sous-thèmes. Cela devrait inclure les noms, l'affiliation institutionnelle, les coordonnées des autres et le titre papier. Les candidats intéressés doivent s'inscrire via le lien à l'écran avant le 15 juin 2021. Et pour plus d'informations, envoyez un courrier à secgen@aau.org et copiez info@aau.org ou encore visitez le www.event.aau.org/GenCon.
The University of Marseille is inviting international students to apply for the International Postgraduate Excellence Scholarship 2021-2022 in New Zealand. This scholarship allows postgraduate level programs in the field of linguistics, arts, international development studies, and sustainable development taught at the university. Interested applicants must secure a GPA of B+ average. Every international student who is enrolled as a full fee-paying student throughout his or her study in a postgraduate program at Marseille University is eligible to this application. Applicants must first apply for the admission at Marseille University, then fill the funding form and submit to international@marseille.ac.nz before 1st May 2021. Visit www.admission.
L'Université de Marseille invite des étudiants internationaux à postuler aux bourses internationales d'excellence post-universitaire 2021-2022 au Nouvelle-Zélande. Cette bourse permet des programmes de niveau post-universitaire international et du développement durable enseignés à l'université. Les candidats intéressés doivent obtenir un GPA de moyenne B. Tous les étudiants internationaux inscrits en tant qu'étudiants payants, tout allant de son étude dans un programme de 3e cycle. Les candidats doivent d'abord demander leur admission à l'Université Marseille, puis remplir le formulaire de financement et le soumettre à international@marseille.ac.nz avant le 1er mai 2021. Visitez le www.marseille.ac.nz/Marseille/admission pour plus d'informations.
The International Water Management Institute is calling for applications from females to apply for scholarship to study Masters of Philosophy Studies under a 5-year project dubbed resilience against climate change, social transformation research, and policy advocacy. This European Commission-funded research project is a collaboration between the International Water Management Institute, University of Ghana Center for Migration Studies, University for Development Studies, and CSIR, Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. This project seeks to contribute to more inclusive and sustainable economic growth policy and programming approaches in the Upper West region of Ghana by January 2025. Interested applicants will be required to meet the general admission requirements of the universities, must apply to any of the universities, hold a first degree in social science or any related disciplines, and be highly motivated to pursue postgraduate studies. Applicants can apply by submitting a pre-proposal describing your proposed research idea, a brief motivation note, an application letter, CV, 2 references or recommendation letters, evidence of 2021-2022 admission, as well as copies of certificates and transcripts before 1st June 2021. Email darawura@yahoo.com or tejoseph@yahoo.co.uk or c.oseiamponsa@cgiar.org.
L'Institut international de gestion de l'eau appelle les femmes à demander une bourse pour étudier les études master pour philosophie dans le cadre d'un projet de 5 ans intitulé Résilience contre le changement climatique, recherche sur la transformation sociale et plaidoyer politique. Ce projet de recherche financé par la Commission européenne est une collaboration entre l'Institut international de gestion de l'eau, l'Université du Ghana, Centre for Migration Studies, University for Development Studies et la CSIR, Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. Ce projet vise à contribuer à une politique de croissance économique et La Commission européenne est une collaboration entre l'Institut international de gestion de l'eau, l'Université du Ghana, Centre for Migration Studies, University for Development Studies et la CSIR, Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. Ce projet vise à contribuer à une politique de croissance économique et à des approches de programmation plus inclusives et durables dans la région de Haute-Ouest du Ghana d'ici janvier 2025. Le candidat intéressé devra satisfaire aux exigences générales d'admission des universités, doit postuler dans l'une des universités, doit détenir un premier diplôme en sciences sociales ou toute discipline connexe et être très motivé pour poursuivre des études de 3e cycle. Les candidats peuvent postuler en soumettant une proposition décrivant votre idée de recherche proposée, une brève note de motivation, une lettre de candidature, un CV de référence ou des lettres de recommandation, une preuve de 2021-2022, ainsi que des copies des certificats et des transcriptions avant le 1er juin 2021. Envoyez un courriel à jaraoura@yahoo.com ou encore à tayjoseph@yahoo.co.uk ou encore c.osei.cgiaa.org.
The Institute of Applied Science and Technology at the University of Ghana is inviting you to register for their 1-month intensive training and capacity building workshop on greenhouse vegetable production. This program is to attract vegetable and fruit farmers, the youth, women and students into agriculture and to promote a more advanced and comfortable farming technology which is suitable for urban spaces. It is also to equip and build capacity of beneficiaries with the necessary knowledge and skills in protected and controlled environment agriculture. Interested applicants are to register via the link on the screen before 23rd April 2021. For more information, contact +233 541 035 469 or +233 244 046 850 or email iast@eugene.edu.gh.
L'Institut des sciences appliquées et de la technologie de l'Université du Ghana vous invite à vous inscrire à leur atelier de formation intensive de mois, renforcement des capacités sur la production de légumes de terre. Ce programme vise à attirer les producteurs de légumes et de fruits, des jeunes, les femmes et des étudiants dans l'agriculture et à promouvoir une technologie agricole plus avancée et confortable adaptée aux espaces urbains. Il s'agit également d'équiper et de renforcer les capacités des bénéficiaires avec les connaissances et les compétences nécessaires en agriculture environnementale protégée et contrôlée. Les candidats intéressés doivent s'inscrire via le lien à l'écran avant le 23 avril 2021. Pour plus d'informations, contactez le +233 54 10 35 469 ou encore le +233 244 046 850 ou encore envoyer un courrier à iast@ug.edu.gh.
The African German Network of Excellence in Science, AGNES, is pleased to announce the call for applications for 2 of their funding programs. AGNES program advocating women in science, technology, engineering and mathematics, PALS, Intra-Africa Mobility Grants for Junior Female Researchers, and AGNES Intra-Africa Mobility Grants for Junior Researchers, generally for male and female candidates. This grant aims to strengthen the scientific capacity and networking of young researchers in Africa through active cooperation of AGNES and potential AGNES members. Interested applicants may be from any academic discipline, but must be officially registered for doctoral degree at a university or tertiary institute in sub-Saharan Africa, and must be a national of a sub-Saharan African country. Applicants must demonstrate clearly that their work is relevant towards development in sub-Saharan African countries and cannot be conducted in the home country. Only applicants with an identified scientific host and mutually agreed upon proposal or work schedule will be considered the grant. Qualified applicants should submit their application forms, copy of academic transcripts, list of published articles with indication on top of their proposal, and CV whether they are applying for the AGNES Mobility Grant or AGNES PALS Mobility Grant, and a letter of invitation from the scientific host via info@agnes-h.org before 30th April 2021. For more information, email zgetanga@gmail.com or info@agnes-h.org or visit www.agnes-h.org.
Le réseau d'excellence afro-allemand en sciences AGNES est heureuse d'annoncer l'appel à candidature pour 2 de ses programmes de financement. AGNES, Programme Advocating Women in Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics, PAL. Subvention de mobilité intra-africaine pour les chercheurs juniors et subvention de mobilité intra-africaine AGNES pour les chercheurs juniors, généralement pour les candidats masculins et féminins. Ces subventions visent à renforcer la capacité scientifique et la mise en réseau des jeunes chercheurs en Afrique grâce à la coopération active d'AGNES et des membres potentiels d'AGNES. Les candidats intéressés peuvent appartenir à n'importe quelle discipline universitaire, mais doivent être officiellement inscrits au doctorat dans une université ou un institut supérieur en Afrique subsaharienne et doivent être ressortissants d'un pays d'Afrique subsaharienne. Les candidats doivent démontrer clairement que leur travail est pertinent pour le développement dans les pays d'Afrique subsaharienne et ne peut pas être mené dans le pays d'origine. Seuls les candidats ayant un note scientifique identifié et une proposition ou un calendrier de travail mutuellement convenu seront pris en considération pour la subvention. Les candidats qualifiés doivent soumettre leur formulaire de candidature, copie de la transcription académique, liste des articles publiés avec des indications en plus de leur proposition et CV s'ils demandent et subvention de mobilité AGNES ou à subvention de mobilité AGNES PAUS et une lettre d'invitation de l'hôte scientifique via info@agnes-h.org avant le 30 avril 2021. Et pour plus d'informations, l.com ou encore à info@agnes-h.org ou visitez le www.agnes-h.org.
That is all for today's update. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms as Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also visit our dedicated website at tv.aau.org for more of Event Update. I am Isabella Titahinakwa.
Je suis Imelda Amoudi.
Hello, Africa, and welcome to AAU Talks on AAU TV. AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. My name is Irene Dufiade, and I'm going to be your host for today's discussion. Today, we are talking about promoting science and technology innovations in Africa. My guest for today's conversation is Dr. Oluseyi Adeyemi of First Technical University, Ibadan, Nigeria. We go for a quick break, and when we come back, we will start with our conversation. Do stay tuned. Welcome back. Dr. Oluseyi Adeyemi, thank you for joining us, and how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very fine. Thank you for having me.
That would be insensitive. How is Nigeria coping with coronavirus?
Yeah, the government is trying all it could to ensure that the people are aware, people are well informed, and the people are following the protocols to at least reduce or alleviate the coronavirus.
Right. And so looking at the population of Nigeria, is it going so well for you?
Yeah, looking at the population, it's a risky thing.
Yeah.
And also concerning the nature of the virus.
Yeah.
But so far, the government are trying all it could to at least ensure that majority of the populace are safe.
That's okay. And so, Dr. Adeyemi, you are a lecturer at the First Technical University. We might not know a lot about it, so we want to talk about First Technical University and what you do over there.
Okay. First Technical University, it's a university that was established over 2 years ago. The main aim is to promote science, technology, and innovation with entrepreneurship, and also to ensure that there is a kind of outcome-based learning, whereby students just don't follow the theoretical module alone, but they bridge theory with practice.
Right. And so today we are discussing promoting science and technology innovations in Africa. And so my first question will be, why is it important? Because there is art, there is liberal art, there are other courses. But why is there the need to promote science and technology innovations in Africa?
Yeah, thank you. It's extremely important. First, I like to say, what is science? To me, science is just...
Hello and welcome to another insightful and educative episode of African Student Voices on AAU TV. And my name is Ajimala Chodako. Don't mind my nose mask, it's part of the protocols, and that's why I have to be in nose mask speaking to you. But I'm glad you're watching us today on African Student Voices, because we're dedicated to inform, transform. And we can't have a conversation these days without COVID-19. So we're on the COVID-19 series, looking for what COVID-19 has taken a toll on and discussing the way forward. And today we're bringing you a topic: the impact of COVID-19 on job mobility, job search, and artificial intelligence. We believe that, in these uncertain and very abnormal times, COVID has taken a big toll on employment. People are not able to rise the ranks in firms because of COVID-19, and some who are actually on job search are finding a hard time because COVID has driven so many people away, or redundancy and a whole lot. But what is it in for the youth? What can we do about it? So we'll know the issues today and see the way forward. With me in the studio are passionate, great leaders to help me discuss the issue for you to appreciate and also join the discussion. So please join us on Facebook and YouTube with your comments, and don't go anywhere. We'll go for a short break, right back, and I'll let you know who I have in the studio with me. You're welcome back, and if you just joined us, it's African Student Voices on AAU TV, where the students' voice are really heard, the contributions of students are heard. And we're in the studio today to discuss the impact of COVID-19 on job mobility, job search, and artificial intelligence. I want to begin with the first one, the congenial, the congenial Victoria Mankwa. She is the General Secretary of GRASAC GIJ. He's in line, and he is the person of Mr. Oswald Annan. He is the Lumen Ambassador and also the FUSA President. Also, you're welcome to African Student Voices.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad having you all nice people, because you are really the hot case right now. Talk on this matter, so I'm glad to have you here. And today we want to have a discussion on the state of COVID-19 and how it's affected job mobility, job search, and also artificial intelligence. There's fear looming up because we think that AI is a competitor against human labor. And also on the other hand, COVID has made it hard for people to search for jobs, also acquire jobs, and also rise in the ranks of jobs. Some have lost their jobs already. So we really want to have a very tough discussion, basically, to help people understand what is it for them in these times. But let's begin for them to know who you are, basically. Victoria Mankwa, you just became the Secretary for GIJ GRASAC. How has it been like with you on this one?
Oh, it's cool. It's not been tough, and we are still working on it. And we are just working out with the whole brouhaha pertaining the deferment of some student at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. But aside that, everything is going on well.
It's unfortunate. I think you just resumed the office, and that's the first thing that falls on your table. But I know you still choose the team. But how has it been also as a youth MP from your community? How inspired are you to keep things going over there?
Oh, okay. Everything is going on well. And gladly, as we took the mantle as youth parliamentarians, the positivity that we've wanted to see for the past 15 years or a decade has been achieved.
Great.
And I will speak with joy and with happiness, because before I took that position as a youth MP, road issue was one of the main problems that was affecting my people. And as a result of that, when it comes to wet seasons, kids are not able to go to school. But as I speak, I emphatically state that our roads are being constructed, our dams have been made, and because of this, kids now go to school. And whenever I step at Bon Katamanso, I step with pride and joy, because at least my team and I has made the impact we wanted to see. And then when it comes to sanitation, it was one of the major issues. But now, because of the help of a young company that we partnered with, dustbins have been able to give to some households and companies. And because of this, we know greater stakes are for us, and we have height to climb. And Bon Katamanso is proud of us, and so is a joy that we've always wanted to see.
Great.
So things are going on.
Kudos to you on your role as youth MP.
Thank you.
I'll come to you also. How's it been so far working with Lumen as ambassador and also working as the FUSA president thus far?
Thank you very much once again for this opportunity. It has not been easy combining Lumen, PUSAC, that is talking about all the private universities in Ghana, and work as well. Despite everything, I also work. But there is one thing that I believe in: passion. Anything that you want to do in this world, if you have passion in it, regardless, you'll be able to sail through. So far, so good. Just that because of COVID-19, there were some of the things that we were supposed to do we couldn't, because those things were supposed to be done physically. And COVID, indeed, protocols did not allow that. And therefore, we have no option. And for instance, it's very difficult to even do it or migrate to online. It's virtually impossible. For instance, the annual Pusai Games, you cannot play soccer, athletes on Zoom. It is impossible. But for me, looking at everything, chronicling our achievements and the things we were able to do, I think so far so good.
Great. Now let's zoom into discussion right now. In these times we're in, people are uncertain about companies. We had lots of surprises, redundancies, cuts in salaries, and even some service personnel were even sent home. All of these events happened, and we're asking ourselves, what is the future of one getting employed in these times? So let's start with you. Help us understand the effect of COVID-19 in your own view on job mobility, job search, and also in Ghana, basically, in Africa.
Okay. As I always say, COVID has really done harm to our African sector, especially because West African countries is part of those countries that even development is very difficult for us. And now that this novel coronavirus has even stretched it further here, a lot has happened. And especially to the youth, we've all been victimized with such issues, especially with my colleagues who completed last year.
How did it go with them?
It didn't really go well with them. I can bear to the fact. Even those who were doing national service were even stripped off, told to come home in order not to spread the COVID. And as a result, many lost their jobs. Because I know of a friend who was working in a very prominent company, but because of COVID, was told to come home. And some too had the opportunity to still maintain their jobs, but there is precedency when it comes to the working hours and hence even salaries. So this has affected our economy as well. And I know some people are still striving well, but there is still a future. Despite the odds of COVID-19, there is still a way that we can still climb to the top. Yeah.
You know, I share in your optimism, but I want us to delve deep into the experience of these people, your colleagues who had to leave their job post and go home. How did they feel and how were they thriving? What were they going to do at home actually?
Okay, I had a friend, she completed from my school, GIJ, and she was one of the national service personnel that was told to come home. So when she came, I asked her, she told me, Vic, what am I going to do? I was like, I believe in you, because I always say I believe in the capabilities of the youth, and I believe there are those who can drive the system to a different level.
Yeah.
So she tried to apply to companies, but the feedback she was getting was, we are not in normal times and we can't employ you. So what she did was to adapt into the technological sector by exploring some entrepreneurial skills to be able to sustain life. And in the COVID times, everything was virtual. So the skills that she had, she needed to mold it into the technological, fit into the system that we had. And I compare to the fact, the little business she introduced is now making rings in the system. And she didn't even call me that she was even applying. So when others were calling that they want some ideas on how to apply for jobs and anything, she was rather doing her business. So as I always say, it doesn't matter the times that we have for ourselves. The future is always bright, pertaining on how you mold things around you. You can always create opportunity for yourself.
Great.
Because problem comes with opportunities. And there is a key to every opportunity that comes your way.
I'll pick it on your last word with issues come with opportunities. And I want to find out from also, do you really say in this line that issues or challenges have some aspect of opportunities that present to us? Regards to COVID, is there any opportunity in COVID-19 for job mobility?
Thank you very much. Yes, obviously there is opportunity. For me, there is one thing I personally subscribe to, that in any challenge there is opportunity. So your ability to discover that opportunity will do you good. Now, before I speak about opportunities associated with COVID-19, it is important we get to know statistics regarding what we are discussing here. Now, according to International Labour Organization, 140 million people, and the lockdown caused these people to lose their job. And it's resulted in about 3.7 trillion people lost labor income, which is very, preposterous, devastating, and humiliating to people. And looking at this statistic, Ghana is not exempted. We are part. Now, a research was conducted by Ghana Statistical Service, UNDP, and World Bank. And according to them, 770,000 people lost jobs due to COVID-19. Now, before COVID-19, obviously, job in this country, I mean, in a country where we had graduate unemployed, for me, one of the shameful associations I've ever come across, for a graduate to form an association. Now, upon all this, COVID came in. And due to COVID, most of the companies were told to shut down. For instance, the hospitality industry. Now, regarding this, all those who are working in those hospitality industry cannot continue to work in their various sectors because you have been told to shut down. Now, ask us, where does the company get the funds to pay you? The company pays you through the service you are rendering. But now, you cannot talk about all the challenges by excluding the opportunities. Yes, for me, I think we have more opportunities in COVID that we can take advantage of. For instance, we can carefully analyze our agriculture sector by making it attractive and magnificent to the young people. Because when you look at it, we're talking about the cases. You don't need to observe any protocol by engaging in agriculture. So it's something that I think we can also focus on by adding technology, advancing technology in agriculture sector. And I personally think that it will help us, not just only help us. As I said, I've never seen a farmer being told globally by any president that when you go to farm, you must observe safety protocol. Obviously, no. So for me, when we do it well, we'll be able to get more young people and we will not experience redundancy and we will not tell our people to go home. When the government tells organizations to shut down their businesses, farming will still be moving. And we can also take advantage of internet because when COVID came in, everything migrated online. So we can also look at it critically and see how best we can do by ensuring that we will not find ourselves wanting in these circumstances. Interestingly, all the three people sitting down here, we are wearing nose masks. Now, those who are in this industry are fetching huge sums of money, sanitizer, for instance. So COVID really also brought a lot of opportunities. And fortunately for us too, the president of this country made it compulsory that all this were supposed to be manufactured in Ghana instead of outside. So those who are contracted are Ghanaians. They are working. They'll be able to feed their family. And they'll be able to also employ more people. So for me, COVID, regardless of its challenges, its consequences or repercussions associated with the youths or the whole country as a whole, it also came out with some of opportunities.
Great. We just warmed up, we're just warming up on the discussion, basically knowing, I think, how COVID-19 has really affected business and also the way forward. But don't go anywhere. We'll go for a quick break and come back. We'll now delve deep into the solutions. The way. How often do you find the African companies
on the market?
So welcome back to African Student Voices, and my name is Ajimo Chudako, and we just came back. We're still on and we're about to delve deep into discussion as we did at the beginning. We'll also mention that we have avenues that we have to explore. Agriculture was one of them, and also the internet, and also so many indigenous businesses should really take advantage of this. But we want to really speak to the realities. What is real right now is that agric is not attractive in this continent. We know this. How many students in our universities are studying agric? How many students even see the need to know more about agric? We know how agric works in our country here, being real. Because someone told me that we sit and talk, but the reality isn't what it is. we'll come back to also your point on agric. You mentioned that your friend was an entrepreneur out there. Do you think Ghana or Africa basically is so viable to create more room for student entrepreneurs, from your view?
Yes. I quite remember I saw a reportage on, I think, TV3 or GTV some time ago. The discussion was that the government should put things in place in order to boost student entrepreneur.
Yes.
That's when it comes to tax.
Sure.
Therefore, they should waiver tax from small-scale businesses in order to, influence or attract students. Because assuming I'm in the creative team, let's say I wave beats, I have a small shop, and somebody like me who just started the tax, you are tasking me for this. How will I even get to even expand the business and employ others in order to curb that unemployment association, as he said, in this country? So it's one of the things the government can look at. And with the agricultural sector, I think I will tap with that, please, since I'm doing something in the agricultural sector.
What are you doing?
It's an exporting company.
Okay.
So we started somewhere last year. A colleague told me about an opportunity in the agric sector, and others also said farming. So I just how can I complete judge and come and do farming? And what she was doing was maize. So one said, despite everything, we can still make use of the maize. We can still brand it. We can add some value to it and attract others into it. Then we came up with the ideology that, fine, Ghana, when it comes to cashew nut, when it comes to cotton, when it comes to shea butter, is one of the things that we produce very well in the northern sector. But hence, tapping into it is very difficult for the younger people. So why don't we look at the northern sector, when we do that, we create jobs for all these people. And instead of just going to buy the shea butter and distribute to the market women, we can export it. Because there are other companies outside the country, like US, who make use of shea butter for creams, oils, and other stuff. We have China, we have UK, they all make use of this. UK, for instance, there was a company that used the shea butter for, I think, makeups, yes. So the three of us came with a mindset that we will add value to the agric sector in order to attract people. So we came up with the idea. We, as graduates, we went into companies with our proposal, well dressed. That is the value you add to yourself.
Yeah.
Because the work is there. It is up to you to use the theoretical ideology you tapped in your tertiary sector to add value to whatever you do.
Okay.
Because assuming you walk into a farm, an old woman of about 60 years planting tomato, you tell the person, Grandma, add value. How will she do it? But we, the youth, are privileged enough to have had the educational skills so we can add the value to it and make it, valuable to people. So that's what we did. We walked into companies, talked to the CEOs, we had the opportunity to meet directors, we talked to them. They believed in of people. And Mr. Sunny is one of them. He is a CEO for Sunu Group of companies in Circle. He believed in what we were doing. So he said then he would tap into whatever we are doing and push us to the frontiers and onto the political sphere. And so this man connected us to people outside the country, even at the export sector, to assist us in whatever we are doing. And that is at the agric sector. So we met these people at the bench, we talked to them, we made them aware that fine, Ghana is one of the country because over 60% of our populace are into agric. Okay. And these are old and then old women and men. But our youth are not tapping there. They want the white collar jobs, the governmental sectors, where the full AC. And then
would you want to blame them? You're going to blame the youth when they choose that sector because that is what they've been fed to know affects more money. Just recently, a channel on TV is promoting the fact that parents should advise their children to choose TVET schools because government now wants to invest more into technical ways to tie because that affects more money.
Exactly. You know, that is the perspective. Because earlier in our tertiary institutions, they will tell you, oh, when the lecturers can say when you are done, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Finance Ministry, banks and other places. That has always been the perspective and the social construct that is the best place be paid. That is the best place where you can get the money that you need.
Sure.
But as we build on, these social constructs formed around us is not the main reality on the ground. Because when you enter into the system, before you realize that is not what I thought of. Because assuming you complete 4 years in school and be receiving 500 Ghana cedis, would that be enough for you? So now I have realized on the real grounds that the youth of today are now beginning to widen their scope and their intelligence when it comes to these aspects of job.
Vicky, on the issue of widening their scope, I want us to just move to also on the points that also we are trying to create opportunities for young people who are stranded on the job market right now because of COVID-19. You mentioned that things like nose masks and co, but you and I know that these latest or wax-made nose masks mostly are imported. Do you think there is enough policy grounds to support people to create their own, or let's say, be indigenous industrialists and also make money from it in our economy?
Thank you once again. Before I answer this, I want to add something to the agriculture sector.
Sure.
We say the point is not because you were told that the only way to become a successful person is through white-collar jobs. Now the point is, my mother, I'm a certain example,
Sure.
Was a farmer. Yes, and she's still a farmer. Now, maybe she being a farmer, she started or she entered into farming for over years. And now she can't boast of anything. So obviously, she will never advise me to also enter into farming. So the point is, I personally think that the successive government have failed Ghanaians when it comes to agriculture sector, because that needed attention is not given to farmers. That is a challenge. So for instance, not that graduates are hesitating to enter into farming, but because they don't get the needed support. They don't get the needed attention. So for instance, you don't expect a graduate to hold a cutlass to go to farm and weed. The person does not have the strength. How did the person enter into farming? You need capital. You need technology.
Yes.
How do I get this? I just graduated from university. From that, I started my national service, of which I received less than 600 Ghana cedis. How do I mobilize this money to even go and pay for land, acres of land, to start farming? So that is a challenge. We need assistance. We need support from government, corporate companies. So when they come on board, obviously, you find a lot of graduates or youth who will be, voluntarily enter into farming. Now, when you look at 2020, Ghana imported 950 tons of rice. Now, you just ask yourself the huge sums of money that we used to import this. And obviously, we import everything in this country. So if the needed attention is given to farmers, under no circumstance will we even waste our time to go and import this. And when you import, you are rather sending the money to them. But when we do everything in this country, obviously the money will remain. We get more people. For instance, if you are a farmer and you have about 20 acres of land, obviously, how many people are you going to employ? Exactly. So not that we don't want to enter into farming or we see farming to be non-recreative. Obviously, no. But there is no attention. That is the point. Now we are talking about cocoa rows. That sometimes you ask yourself, most of these so-called cocoa rows are constructed in the cities. But we are talking about cocoa rows. I don't know whether we grow cocoa in Accra here or Kumasi. Sure. But how? Yeah. Access to road exactly. Yeah. So how do you expect me to enter into something like this? And at the end of the day, when the time is due for them to go and even sell their cocoa, getting the money becomes problematic. Sure. Sometimes delays. I know what I'm talking about. Yes. My parents were farmers, and personally I know some of these things. Yes. Somebody can harvest bags of maize and they will have all this in their rooms. There is no needed support. But if government comes on board this industrialization, 1 or 2, focusing on these things, I think I mean, you get a lot of people on board. You know, that after you harvest the maize, what do you used to do? You only cook, and that is the end of it. But in other countries, they use maize to do a lot of things. Even some of them use it to do wines and alcohols and all that. But Ghana is not like that. So we need a needed attention. We need a needed support. Government should support us. Most attention should be given to us. We should decentralize funds to our farmers. And I think, I mean, we'll be able to get more people. I mean, we'll not struggle with this. When you go to Italy, one of the lucrative business there is tomato, isn't it? Yeah. Now, look at the state of Italy now. That is what they do most. And they are fetching huge sums of money. So if government can consider all this and the corporate companies or the entities, I think we get a lot of you to enter into farming. And it will be a good for all of us. Yes.
But now the policy aspect. Do we have enough political strength, or let's say policy strength, that could give room for young entrepreneurs to do their own business in Ghana and succeed? Because there's that much competition. It's like we are trying to help ourselves, but there's a bigger force fighting us, which is higher than what we can do.
You are right, and I agree with you 100%. I think the government and the previous government have done their best, but for me, I think there is still room for improvement, because we like talking too much. We don't walk the talk. Exactly. You know, obviously we abandon importation of rice. By the time we realize we are importing them, we abandon importation of this. By the time we realize, and obviously when those things come, you know, we prefer the imported ones instead of the locally made ones, and that is a challenge. So if the political will is there, and we don't just talk as it used to be from all the government that I know, I mean from 1992 up to now, when it comes to the political will relating to this, we are the youth. Yes, it is a fact. I mean, I think it is a time for government as a matter of agency to reconsider all this, because it will help all of us. Because we always like talking. We abandon this. We are not importing this. By the time we realize we are doing it, you know. So I think it's a time for policy makers to come out with a formidable policy to assist the indigenous industries. You know, we should give the indigenous industries taxes free and support. You know, we should even set up technical team that they will go out to check the work that they do, not just finding fault, but to assist them. You know, because if some people, one thing I know is that Ghanaians are not lazy, especially the youth. When you have access to meet them, some of them have brilliant ideas that when they get the opportunity or the needed support, the things that they will do, it will surprise you. That is why, if you realize this, mostly when people migrate from this country and they go out, you see them excelling. And this vaccine that came, I stand to be corrected, but I think a Ghanaian, you know, exactly the point. And when you look at these big organizations in this world, you find most of them, the support is there, the needed attention. But unlike this country, mostly when they even see you that they have such a potential, you know, the system even fight against you. That is a challenge. So it's the time for you to wake up. You know, we like backbiting. We like, hindering people's success. Instead of you to assist them, support them, we don't do. So I think we lack the political will. For me, that one we are failed. And I think maybe we need to look at this well.
Well, we'll have to wrap up because of our time, and we'll still have to send a message as concise as it is to everyone out there to understand the state of affairs right now with mobility, jobs, and also artificial intelligence, and what we can do. Victoria, what in your view would you want to sound to every young person out there? As also mentioned, we are full of potential, but we lack the congruence, the direction and the speed we don't have. What should we expect from this pandemic and also from ourselves, the next way forward? What should we do?
Okay, I'd like to add up to what Aso just said. In Ghana, for instance, if somebody travels outside, the environment has been molded in a way that gives them that access to even unleash whichever potentials they have.
Great.
But in Ghana here, it seems our system has been molded and functioned in a way that it doesn't even give the youth the access that they need to even build whatever skills they have or whatever capabilities that they have. And that is one thing that we always want to see is not seen. Because our political leaders will know how to do the talking, but when it comes to the actionable per se, to back the words that they say, is something they don't do.
Okay.
And when it comes to strong policies, to be able to institute and make sure there are accessible things for these youth, they don't do it. And one thing I always say is that Ghana, we have a very weak institution. We have the strong men, but we don't have the institution that put these strong men on their toes to do whatever they've been instructed to do. Someone can boldly enough to enlist policies that could really help the younger people, but at the end, they will rather do what they want. They'll have their way because our institutions have been manipulated in a way that gives them the free will, and hence there is no any sanction or anything attached to this. But when you go outside, they have the strong men, their institutions are very strong and are being tasked force that these people do whatever they are supposed to do to help the economy. That is why somebody will tell you, I want to travel outside to hustle because for there, I know things will be more easier for me than in Ghana. But in Ghana, I always say there are so many things around us. For the youth, there are so many opportunities around us that we can delve into that can make it. But our system is really not giving us a chance. Our leaders are not making the adequate resources or the facilities to facilitate whatever we want to do as people. And that is one of the main hindrances we've been facing over decades now. Ghana is six decades plus, and we are still facing such issues. And I've realized it's not something we are fighting for. It's something we are fighting against, and we don't want to do anything to make things better. But for the youth, there are greater opportunity for us. Because whenever I meet young people, I interact with them, I see angry people willing to make the change that we never saw from 1992 to date. We've had 4 Republicans and we are still suffering as a nation. But the youth of our time are willing to drive that force to a different level. But it's time that the facilities, or let me say the institutions we have in our country are well strong enough. If we have the strong men, Zimbabwe had the strong men, but then what did we see? Rwanda had the strong men, but what did we see? We rather saw genocide. Ghana has a strong men, but we don't want to involve in another genocide. It's time that our institution put task force on our leaders to pave way for the youth to get what they want to get. Because there are so many opportunities that youth can tap in. But if the system is fighting us, then how then do we get to what we want in life?
Also,
yes, sir.
What would you want to say as a closing remark?
All right. Thank you once again. I just want to make this passionate appeal to our lawmakers, policymakers, and the government. One thing that I've come to realize is that Ghana has one of the best policies, but its execution is the challenge. We have the technocrats, but the implementation. So with the greatest of respect, the youth, we are the future leaders. And the next generation is fully counting on us. We cannot afford to fail them. And it is important that the policymakers take us seriously. Enough of the talk. We want to see action. They should assist the youth. It can be in any form, technical support, financial support, and implementation, decision making, and I think it will help all of us. At the end of the day, a nation without youths is like a sea without fish. Obviously, it becomes irrelevant. The relevance of the sea can be seen through the fish that we get from the sea. So we are appealing to them. It is time for them to help us. They should take agriculture sector seriously, because I think that it is the only sector that can employ a lot of people if we pay the needed attention to it. Because even as it stands now, even though we are not paying necessary attention to it, but that employs most of the people statistically. So it should tell you that when we do it well, you'll be able to get more people on board. As I told you, you are talking about cocoa rows, but those so-called cocoa rows are constructed in the cities. Are you helping the farmers or what? So it's like you don't even regard them, because they worked, they toil for all this, and at the end of the day, you have cocoa hospital or clinic in Accra. How possible? This hospital or clinic should be situated in a nearby village where we grow cocoa, not in the city, so that the farmer knows that at the end of the day, my high end will take me to this hospital. But even when you go there, the hospital you see there's nothing to, write home about. It meaning that we don't regard them. So it is time for we to pay needed attention to our farmers, the agri sector, and the youth. And I think it will be helpful for all of us. For me, I think that if somebody has something doing, under no circumstance will that person engage in atrocity, or engage in chaos or armed robbery, but mostly it happens because I know that when I go out and something happens to me, I have nothing to lose. But you have something to gain, under no circumstance will you compromise. Obviously not. But you see people engaging in a whole lot of things which are unnecessary, not because they want to, because they have nothing doing. So why can't we consider all this and assist our youth so that we bring end to all this?
Great. Thank you very much, my guest,
Always my pleasure.
The passionate elaboration you've made to this matter on the impact of COVID-19 and job mobility, job security, and artificial intelligence. You know, we can't forever lament on the dent that COVID-19 has had on job mobility, search, and artificial intelligence. What we can do is to chart a positive way forward, which our guests have mentioned to you all, that you need to just step up. But we have to right the wrongs in our economy. There's so many things that we're doing wrongly. There's so many priority areas that we're not giving the attention to, as also was mentioned. That our great is one that can really absorb a lot of people, number of people, the youth, but we're not giving the attention. And also, Victoria mentioned that there are so many indigenous businesses that we can also give more hands to, more attention to. But are we doing that? I believe that if Africa begins to right the wrongs that we have committed all these years and give the attention to the youth and prioritize with the youth, we can find a growing continent, because we are bound to grow. But how do we do it if we are not involved? Thank you so much for your time watching us and the comments you brought on board. We're glad to review it and also see how we could bring you more great contents to educate you, to inspire you, to inform you. Have a nice day and take care of yourself. Be safe. Bye.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or Ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Agenda 2063 TV show, the only show in Ghana, the region, continent, telling the unique and authentic stories about the AU, Africa, Agenda 2063 and its narrative. It's an important narrative that we need to tell. And even though we're going to spend the better part of this series also talking about aspects of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we're still going to be talking about Agenda 2063, its impacts, its fallouts, and so on. For which reason today we have a highly trained specialist to help us understand and unpack that for us and its impact on, or at least COVID's impact on it. So we're going to take a break in a minute and we'll be back with our normal two segments, the APRM Watch and Ear in East Africa. We'll be right back. In today's edition of APRM Watch, we want to remind audiences about the very important role the APRM plays in the context of the African Union and Agenda 2063, with some very important facts and reminders about the journey so far. First, out of the total 55 AU member states, the current number of member states participating in APRM is 40, so that's like 40 out of 55, that's 72%. APRM has just 3 years to get the other 28% to accede. The tag is hashtag towards universal accession 2023. We're hoping that within those 3 years, a lot more member states would have been able to join. Recent ones to accede earlier this year are Seychelles and Zimbabwe at the 32nd APRM Forum held in Addis in January this year. A second important point is that the APRM is and remains an autonomous entity within the African Union structures, expanding its mandate to cover tracking and monitoring of Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Thirdly, the head of the South African Institute of International Affairs, Elizabeth Sidiropol, said this in 2019, quote, Article 4H, Principle of Non-Indifference, born of abuses by elites of their own citizens. AU and APRM is homegrown initiative creating mechanism to enable peer review around governance to deal with African challenges. So at the heart of that quotation, basically saying, it's talking about how the AU uses APRM to talk specifically about governance challenges and how we hope that 2023, a lot more work would have been done on that. And finally, in May 2019, communicators across the continent were brought together in South Africa to help form the Africa Peer Review Mechanism Communications Network. So there actually is one that has been running for the past year or so. There's an active WhatsApp group running. They're on Twitter, they're on Instagram, they're on Facebook, and they're all helping to promote the APRM narrative so that everyone gets to understand that the APRM's mandate has expanded. It's huge, it's all about democratic governance, and it may even go to the extent of supplanting Afrobarometer, who knows. Even though they've been doing some work with Afrobarometer, APRM is a homegrown initiative and it is here to stay, and it is part of the Agenda 2063 family as well. So we will highly welcome and support that. thank you once again for this APRM update. We hope to give you some more exciting updates next week. And once again, I'm very happy to be bringing you another exciting edition of Here in East Africa. In today's edition of this segment, we're going to turn to Agenda 2063 inspired project, the African Integrated High-Speed Railway Network. Now, this is important because it remains a flagship project of Agenda 2063, and basically, it's aiming at facilitating the achievement of the AU vision of integrating Africa physically and economically. And now, in July 2020, the AUDA NEPAD, the African Union Development Agency, and NEPAD released a video, a 7-minute video capturing the conception, design, and implementation for the network. The video includes reports from across Africa dedicated to reviving railways, expansion, and modernization in the spirit of the Continental Rail Plan. You will know that in Ghana, a lot of work has also been done on our railways, and we highly welcome that as well. It's all part in fulfillment of this whole railway plan for the continent. The planned network will connect 16 landlocked countries in Africa to major seaports and neighboring countries, and it will establish interoperability of railways across different regions, create east-west, north-south land bridges, and interconnect African capitals. This will all help intra-African trade, including promote the African Continental Free Trade Area. Interestingly, 4 routes in East Africa are referenced in the video, suggesting, as always, how important East Africa remains a cog in the wheel of Africa's integration. Now, these routes are Dar es Salaam, Kigali routes, Mombasa, Nairobi, standard gauge routes, Addis Ababa, Djibouti routes, which apparently have been doing very well, and finally, Kampala, Kigali, Bujumbura routes. 4 major routes all in East Africa, which tells you how important that region is going to be over the next couple of years, weeks, and months as Africa begins its whole conversation on integrating through the African Continental Free Trade Area. One of the greatest objectives of the African Rail Network will be to connect capitals and economic hubs, thus enabling the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Once again, thank you for giving your time for this important update. We hope to have another very important update on Here in East Africa for you next week, educating ourselves about Agenda 2063. Thank you, Rabbi. Welcome back from the break. I'm very happy to have today in our studio specialists who will be able to help us demystify, unpack, and explain this whole conversation around Agenda 2063, but with the specialist aspect of education. Now we have in the studio Dr. Violet Makuku, who is quality assurance expert at Association of African Universities right here in Accra. And we're talking today a very important issue about whether COVID-19, out of so many other issues and problems, is going to derail the Agenda 2063 narrative. Of course, some will say, what is the Agenda 2063 narrative? And perhaps I'm not going to start at the definition of that, Dr. Makuku. Maybe you can tell us that, and then we can move on to why it could derail and possible solutions and so on and so forth.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this time. Yes, we have Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and this is a brainchild of the African Union, and it looks at the continent and where we are going to be in the next 63 years and so on. But what is key are the 7 aspirations which are in the Africa that will be led by the youth and women, and they are there, the aspirations, the effect of the pandemic on Agenda 2063. We have those 7 aspirations, and they are linked to the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but with a particular focus at our own continent. We all know that the COVID-19 outbreak has wreaked havoc throughout the world.
Yes.
Everything that is in Agenda 2063, when I look at it, at the core of it is education.
Yeah.
When you have educated people, you know that at least they've got the knowledge and skills of moving the continent forward.
Mm-hmm.
But what is happening, I think when I was checking on the news with Al Jazeera, they were talking of more than 28 million people or children who will not be able to access schooling.
Wow.
And what does that mean to us? Mm-hmm. But we also need to consider it in a broader perspective that other than COVID-19, if we look at East Africa, we have had the floods. We also had the swarms of locusts. So for me, I would say we could expand it to disasters. And here,
no,
thank you. So because we can fall, pick ourselves, continue, fall again at some stage, pick ourselves and continue. But what I see as the most dangerous thing is you fall and you don't
pick yourself up.
Pick yourself up. Because the whole world has got its own fair share of challenges, and nobody is there to solve our challenges for us.
Yes.
We have the African Free Trade Area. We need to think about it.
Yes.
What can we do? Will we stop until COVID-19 goes? When will it go?
We can't stop. That's why we have to manage things.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we need to manage things. But along with that, remember before the COVID-19 pandemic, we were also having now the talk of the fourth industrial revolution. And so for me, COVID-19, the locusts and the fourth industrial revolution, they are prompting us to do something as a continent.
Yeah.
To say, here is our continent, here are the 7 aspirations of where we want to see our continent going and how we want to revamp and improve our continent. But like I said earlier, everything is hinged on education. But when you also look at higher education, that's where we are now churning out those graduates with the knowledge and skills, the whole entrepreneurial mindset in it. What does it mean to us? Your first question was, what is Agenda 2063 and what does it do? So it's prompting me to say, this Agenda 2063, we need to take it into the classroom.
Yes.
We need to take it into the university. We need to take it into the colleges so that the people in Africa from tender ages understand that we have this Agenda 2063 and we need to accomplish the aspirations.
It's been running for the past 7 years. 2013 was when it was, let's say, conceptualized by Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. The pandemic has now come to compel us to start doing an education on it when we should have started a long time ago.
Yes, I think you are just bringing another important dimension. You know, COVID-19 has been highly devastating.
Yes.
But there are certain things which we have also seen as positive being brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. You know, countries closed their borders.
Yes.
When they closed their borders, it was each nation for itself.
Yes.
And you know, people used to have the interactions with Europe, the United States, and Australia for these things. But for the very first time, we saw African universities doing these researches on how to develop ventilators because they now knew they couldn't get them from anywhere.
Yes.
We saw the sanitizers and everything else, researches around COVID-19. And so what it tells me is that Africa is also capable of solving its own problems because we say necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
In the absence of anything else to assist, what do?
Yeah.
You need to find your way you need to find your path. So my word would be, let's just continue with the momentum. And again, this is another grand opportunity to look back and say, what did we do with the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want? What can we do under the circumstances? So we had our African Free Trade Area. I think it was meant to start operating in August. And then we move maybe September or 2021. But I think we have seen that in our different countries, what we have not closed borders to is trade. Yes. Because I think all the president says we will continue to have food, drugs, and these other things coming through cargo, air, and also through our borders. So the African Free Trade Area should be live.
Yes.
We have the protocols and still institute the protocols. And then we start having this trade gradually taking shape. We are the ones to make sure it takes shape. So suppose we go until end of 2021 with the pandemic. So we will derail everything.
It shouldn't be like that, because at the end of the day, Agenda 2063 is also talking about, or harping to the fact that the AU as a global player.
Yes.
So if the AU is going to serve as a global player, we've seen the efforts of the Africa Centers for Disease Control and how it has galvanized, African countries around COVID, looking for testing, tracing, and so on and so forth. Surely that should remind us that the AU is kind of building some kind of solidarity, some kind of support to be able to do things.
Yes.
Entrepreneurship is one aspect. I mean, you've seen a lot of countries now doing their own face shields, their own hand sanitizers.
Yes.
I think Food and Drugs Authority the other day just held a webinar on, the standards that you need for the hand sanitizers and so on. So it means that Africa is looking within.
Yes.
But still, is it too late playing catch up to the Agenda 2063 narrative? Because like I said, it's been a while. Some will say, well, typical of the AU, they always respond so late.
Yes.
They can't say that of the Africa CDC, thankfully, but the other things. And maybe Agenda 2063, some may say, well, it's just one of those things that, one of those plans that, the AU has always had and, no one is really implementing.
Yes, so from what you are saying, I already see that there's one problem.
Yeah.
What is African Union?
Yeah.
Who is Africans?
Yes.
Who represent the African people?
Yes.
So why should I push it to you? Why can't we do it together?
Yes.
So we all have a role to play in Agenda 2063 and realize the goals that have been set in there. So that's one major problem we need to. 7 years down the line, yes. So if we are all part and parcel of solving the problem, it means if I take, for example, higher education, we have, again, the baby for the African Union, which is the Continental Education Strategy for Africa. We take the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, and what it simply tells me is that when we are looking at every level and sector of education, from the lowest level to the highest level, we need to take aspects of the Agenda 2063 and inculcate them in the curriculum.
Yes.
Or formulate new curricula, which are blended with this entrepreneurship. Because I think we have big issues of interpretations and definitions. Yes, if I say entrepreneurship, somebody quickly thinks of doing a business, but it's much more than that. Serving our communities is part of entrepreneurship.
Yes.
So people would need to have these engraved in the curricula at all levels, from kindergarten going up to university level. University level, I said continental education strategy for Africa is also for everyone. So how does it pave a way? How does it inform us of building new degree programs, constructing new courses and designing new courses with new content, and also blending old content with new content? And again, it's an opportunity to throw away obsolete content and look for that which is relevant. Because I want to stress something here that the continental education strategy for Africa is meant for all of us. Yes.
Okay, and I think on that note, we're going to take a break, and when we return, we'll have you explain a little bit briefly what the CESA is about, the Continental Education Strategy, and how that links to Agenda 2063's education. We'll take a break, we'll be right back.
Launch your career at the highest ranked private institution in Uganda, Deja University. Learn without distraction in the most conducive and serene environment and make the most out of every minute. Master technology with the widest spectrum of science and engineering programs. Learn the most innovative methods for sustainable agriculture and renewable energy. Choose between a variety of sports at our vast Luwero complex. Turn your time and money into a degree that makes a difference and begin work in a career that inspires you. Apply online at admissions.ndu.ac.ug. Deja University. Coming.
You're still watching Agenda 2063 TV show where we tell authentic and important stories about the AU institutions and especially Agenda 2063. We still have in the studio Dr. Violet Makuku, quality assurance expert, to help us understand the developments around Agenda 2063, education, the impact of coronavirus or COVID, and whether that will derail or otherwise the Agenda 2063 narrative that we have come to appreciate. So you're talking just before the break a bit about the Continental Education Strategy. Maybe you can help viewers and listeners unpack that a little for those who don't understand why the AU needs a continental education strategy. When all member states already have their education systems, why do we need a continental one at all?
Yes, so this one has got some very, very important key points. The key points are revitalizing the education system for our continent and quality focus on research, teaching and learning, as well as community engagement. And when we look at the purpose of education in general is to solve the political, socio-economic challenges. And as we are talking of COVID-19, it's a pandemic that is affecting the social lives of people. People have lost their jobs. People have lost direction, and here we are also with our Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. So we question, should we really go to also lose focus of it? Maybe we need to think of innovative ways of taking it on board through research, through teaching and learning, and also through community engagement, working together with the communities and industry, so that we can realize Agenda 2063 goals.
It's important. It's very interesting that you talk about community engagement, because an education strategy that talks about bringing in the community, that's quite unusual. You would have thought the education would be specific only to what the Ministry of Education and member states would talk about, but why does it see the value of community engagement as part of an important cog in the wheel?
Yes, because I think that's one mistake which institutions or academic institutions make. In most cases, they devote like less time, 10%, 5% of the time to community engagement and industry linkages. But if you check it again, this then creates gaps. If we are not engaging with the community, like when I look at the Association of African Universities in particular, it is the implementing arm of the African Union Commission in terms of higher education matters. And so we should extend that to the communities. We work with higher education, But then we need also to continue pushing them to go and work with the communities. As they work with the communities, two things are happening. The students that they are teaching are learning what happens in the real communities. They are learning to work with the communities. And at the same time, they are giving knowledge and skills again to the communities that they are working with. Imagine if it is an academic project that is being undertaken by university staff and students, maybe to do with a promotion of the African free trade area. Can you imagine the impact? It would be highly impactful, because even when we talk about it and the COVID-19, is everybody now aware of this free trade area? Or we still have work to do?
We have work to do.
You see now, and that can only be done successfully through engaging the communities, through engaging with industry. Because industry is going to help us with, look at the terrain now. The new digital norm is dictating something different. So please, academic institutions, as you train your staff, we have new pieces of equipment we are working with. So get that and teach your students. Bring them here, and we also show them and train them during internship how to do it. And so it's a whole lot of collaboration and teamwork that really needs to go into it in order to come up with practical solutions and practical results. Will end us nowhere.
And I like the last point you've made, because I think it goes back very strongly to something that we had discussed in the planning for the show, which is about the so-called new normal.
Yes.
This that everyone has been talking about. Okay, this new normal has involved people being at home a large amount to be able to, speak, to help participate in webinars and all these other things. So a lot of time is spent online. What does that mean, or what does it portend for posterity, for the new generation of graduates who are up and coming, who need to embrace this new normal? What in your view do they need? What kind of skills do they need to be able to adapt into this new environment?
Thank you very much. Now you bring in the issue of linking up with what I've said, that we may need to create new programs. We need to also design some new courses, and we may need to add on new content in order to make sure we reduce this gap which has been created. Because what is the new normal? It's seemingly moving toward digital. And by the time they graduate, where they are going to work, almost everything they are working with is digitized.
It's so true.
Right.
So where?
And so they need the ICT skills. But it's a mistake to limit it only to ICT skills. This time around, they need these skills of fast thinking, highly adaptive to circumstances, to say anytime anything can change. And so they need to be fast thinkers who can, the scenario that we have now, can we just stop looking at what is happening and take the wait and see stance? If you take the wait and see stance, then what will eventually happen? So they need to be innovative, creative, and highly responsive, and to take a leadership, to say, I want to initiate this thing, and I will bring on board people, no matter the age, the position at the workplace, gender, and any other parameters that you could think of. This time around, those things should not really matter, but we are looking for these skills which can continue to move life and to move us to sustainability, other than taking a wait and see stance. So with development and inculcation of those skills into the current students who will be the future employers and employees, we need to make sure these things are in the curriculum.
In reflecting of all that you have said about education and curriculum, what can, in your view, can we do to fast track this education? Because although shows like this exist, it would probably be fast tracked if it existed in every country. If there were Agenda 2063 in Nigeria, in Liberia, etc. Sadly, we know that that's not going to happen anytime soon. So what then do people need to do practically to make sure that we can fast track this kind of education? Because already the curricula has been set. Schools, have been having exams. We know with WIAC and so on and so forth. In the next year or two, is there anything in that that the AU has planned to look concretely about education, maybe together with UNESCO, who knows, on how we can carry this message forward on Agenda 2063?
Yes, what I'm saying the moment we leave it to African Union alone, then we are missing the whole point.
Okay.
But what we need are strong collaborations. If we are coming on board with UNESCO, with United Nations, with our African Union, Association of African Universities, the ministries, all the key stakeholders, all hands on deck is what we need right now in order to realize these goals which we have been set for the Agenda 2063. And for your own information, nobody set those goals for us. It's us as Africans who set those goals, and we need to make sure that we implement them. And we should not push them in everybody's court and leave ourselves. We should be in it together.
Okay.
And then in that regard, then it's we need to find some dissemination strategies.
Yes.
Because we need to have it getting to national levels, to the grassroots.
Yes.
And to the nations, the responsible ministries of education. But are they the only ones that can help us with dissemination?
Yeah.
No, we also have ministries of youth, ministries of gender, and these other ministries of information through radios and televisions and so on. And then this time around, expenses on Zoom, on Adobe Connect or Microsoft Teams, on all these platforms that have been created. So why can't we spearhead each one in their corner? Spearhead the intake and uptake, the education and awareness, so that it gets and filters into everybody and we begin to act. But like I've said, it's through education. An educated nation is a nation which is just proactive and a moving nation. So how can we also now make sure that we continue with education and we leverage on what we have? Because some people still are saying, we're going to make sure we resolve the issue of those who no longer have access at this time.
Yes, especially data. Those who have access to the internet, there's still a lot of people who don't have, and it's scattered across member states. So clearly, the dissemination, as you are saying, and the education is all of us. We need to all of us do that in our different corners. And I think what you're trying to say also is that Corona is just but one of many things that has come to derail.
That's true.
Therefore, we need to pick ourselves up and move forward.
Yes.
At least, for those of you viewers who have been following Agenda 2063 for the past couple of weeks and so on, just know that we always welcome feedback. So we'd love to hear from you also, your comments and questions.
Yes.
And especially, also we have someone from AAU TV as an expert who can help us better understand the educational aspects and the continental education strategy for Africa as well, because it's very underpopularized. We don't talk enough about it.
Yes.
But we hope that shows like this will be able to help, unpack that strategy so that it is linked to the Agenda 2063 conversation. You will know that Agenda 2063, for example, is going to be a major part of the AU as a global player over the next couple of years. And therefore, having the requisite skills to be able to understand, buy into that Agenda 2063 is so important. What skills will we need to be able to, for the new graduate to be able to appreciate and understand what Agenda 2063 has come to do for Africans? Were it not for Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, who knows? Maybe Africa CDC may not have been, have not been so impelled to, look to look for African-owned solutions, and maybe had just gone to donors. Who knows? But the point is, Africa is capable of, managing its own affairs, and Agenda 2063 is a very, very, very important cog in that wheel of appreciating Agenda 2063. That's why having Dr. Violet Makuku here to help us understand the educational aspects is so important. So, Dr. Makuku, in your view, I've talked about this whole thing about the fact that, whilst we have talked about derailment, that really shouldn't be a problem, because other man-made things, disasters have come and so on and so forth. In your view, what do we, not necessarily member states or even association or African universities, but what, as individuals, in your view, those of us who are living through this pandemic, to be able to tell it to our children, grandchildren, whatever else, what, in your view, do we need to quickly do to make sure that we keep on track with the Agenda 2063, we keep it in mind that we're always on that goal?
Yes, I think you have brought in a very good dimension. So I think we talk of informal education.
Okay.
Yes. This time around, because of the ICT, Internet of Things and so on, people in most cases do not even have quality time, maybe husband and wife with their children and their relatives and what. Everybody else is glued on their phone.
On the smartphone.
But we may need to think twice of taking part of those opportunities to say, when we are relaxed, when we are with our children, or when we are just driving to from point A to point B, can't I talk briefly about Agenda 2063? And by the time I educate my child, maybe next time he or she will have the friends and these relatives who came to see us today, when they also go, they will talk about it. And even with our WhatsApp groups and social media, why are we not sharing the way we would share all these jokes and these gifts that we always share? In the same manner, I think we can take the opportunity to also share. I remember one time I tweeted Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and I picked the aspiration for the Africa that is going to be led by its youth and women. And then when I go to my LinkedIn, I'm also posting a continental education strategy for Africa, the document. I post Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, the document, and my followers.
Yes, that's a good point.
That's what we should do.
Yes.
We use everything that is available for information dissemination and for education and awareness. Very, very key. But you find sometimes it depends on the way we conceive things, and our perceptions have gotten minded, and also to make sure that we scout and follow opportunities, not only about Agenda 2063, but about life in general. And what I say is that we always need to be positive. If we fall, we need to pick ourselves up and continue. That's it. Because if you don't, also realize that your problems are contextual, and you may need homegrown solutions. When you also look for other solutions, you may also get them at a cost. So all those things are implications to how we are going to continue promoting Agenda 2063, it being known, and also moving towards the practical steps to make sure that people are doing what helps to get to the goals as they are set.
So basically, I think in wrapping up, your message is clear, that it starts with us, the education.
Yes.
As to whether the thing has derailed or otherwise is moot. That's not the most important thing. We manage it by still continue to tell our own stories.
Yes.
Still, whispering it to our, family members, to our friends, and so on, up until everyone gets to the point. Whilst we, of course, have shows like this, which will help further disseminate it.
Yes.
So I think your point is well made and very sound. So all hope is not lost.
Yeah, it's not lost
at all.
Websites too can be used, and emails too. In our communities, like us in higher education, we disseminate it to universities, to vice chancellors, to colleges, to any means that is available to everybody can be used.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much. I believe that you have ended on a very important note, which is a positive one, to say that all hope is not lost as far as the Agenda 2063 narrative is concerned.
Yes.
We started off with an understanding that one of the casualties of the Agenda 2063 narrative was the African Continental Free Trade Area itself, which did not start in July, but now has been postponed to 2021. Irrespective of that, trading is still going on, and even in regions like COMESA, the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, I think last week or so they started talking about digital trade. They've been doing things on digital trade. So trading is still continuing at a digital level, and the whole world is going digital, even though sometimes the webinars and Zoom and Google, this is the future, and so we need to find ways to adapt to it. And also remember that Agenda 2063 is not going to go away. The 7 aspirations are all part of and parcel of what will make the AU be referenced sometime in the future. If it isn't already, with the criticism that we have of the AU has come very far. It has challenges, it is flawed, and so on and so forth. Popularization is needed. But we believe that shows like this and having experts like Dr. Makuka all help, tell our story of where Agenda 2063 needs to be and needs to go. So with that, I just want to say thank you very, very much for taking time out of your schedule to watch us and also try to understand this. As always, if you have comments and questions, free to drop it on the line. And we hope to have a very interesting conversation with you and a new topic next week. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is an international non-governmental organization set up by universities in Africa to promote cooperation among themselves and the international academic community.
Mon nom est professeur Étienne Ehouan-Ehilé. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines qui est basée à Accra, au Ghana. Je vais vous parler de la création de l'Association des universités africaines. Il faut remonter dans les années 60 pour pouvoir comprendre le processus. Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement.
I am not Tumo Dlamini. am the Director of ICT Services and Knowledge Management at the Association of African Universities. The Association of African Universities is a network of 400 universities in Africa. The biggest value that the universities benefit from being members of the association is this big platform that allows them to collaborate, allows them to work together, allows them to teach together. Through this platform, a university in North Africa can work with a university in Southern Africa, and also those in East Africa can work with those in West Africa.
Founded November 1967 at a conference in Rabat, Morocco, by heads of African higher education institutions, the association is currently headquartered in Accra, Ghana.
My name is Maxwell Amo-Hoyt. I'm the Director of Finance of the Association of African Universities. The association sustains itself from contributions from member universities and also from other development partners. Some of our development partners include the World Bank, other governmental agencies like the Swedish International Development Agency, UK Department for International Development, and other partners. We also receive a lot of support from other governments, especially the government of Ghana. Other partners include the African Union, which is more or less the parent organization of the Association of African Universities, African Union's Continental Education Strategy. And by so doing, we provide coordinating roles for the African Union in helping members achieve their targets.
Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement. Et rappelons-nous que les années 60, la décade 60, a été une décade où la plupart des pays africains ont obtenu leur indépendance ou ont, disons, pris les dispositions pour être indépendants. C'était donc aussi l'année de développement, dans la mesure où tous ces pays indépendants devaient se retrouver de temps en temps pour parler de comment mettre ensemble leurs problèmes et trouver une solution commune. L'éducation était une priorité pour eux, surtout l'éducation universitaire. Et sur ce plan-là, les universités aussi se sont organisées grâce à l'UNESCO qui a parrainé plusieurs réunions depuis Madagascar jusqu'au Maroc.
My name is Jonathan Umba. I'm the Director of Research and Academic Planning. The programs and projects that we run at AAU are consistent with our strategic plan, and they are implemented for our higher education stakeholders, namely the higher education institutions in Africa. These programs are implemented in such a way that our stakeholders will get the benefit of membership of our association. And our programs also are aligned with a number of global and international agendas on higher education, including the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Agenda 2063. So these programs are aligned with a number of international agendas with a view to promoting higher education in Africa.
The AAU is the apex organization and principal forum for consultation, exchange of information, and cooperation among universities in Africa.
I am Professor Nkusa Mahao, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho in Southern Africa. There are roughly 77 universities that are affiliated with the AAU in the region. But as you might be aware, there are a lot more universities that are as yet to take the membership of the Association of African Universities. I appreciate this one point, that the AAU is a main driver from the angle of training and capacitating the human resources of the continent, the agenda of the African Union 2063. So if an institution is not on board, it is missing the opportunity to leverage on the opportunities that are provided by the association in the area of training, human resource capital, training their own staff and students, the opportunities that are provided by the universalization of quality management on higher education on the continent, and many other opportunities that are provided.
Et en 1963, il y a eu une réunion à Khartoum, au Soudan, où les chefs des institutions d'enseignement supérieur ont décidé de créer l'Association des universités africaines. Finalement, la création va se faire à une conférence qui s'est tenue à Rabat au Maroc, et la création de l'Association des universités africaines a eu lieu le 12 novembre 1967.
I'm Prof. Hassan Kafi, AAU Governing Board member, representing for East African region. Also, I am the president of Plasma University, Mogadishu, Somalia. We really like to give a call for universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, those which are not members still in the Association of African Universities. We are calling them because we feel the organization is ours. It represents the voice of higher education in Africa being seen all over the world.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, Africa's apex higher education organization, invites stakeholders to its 15th quadrennial General Conference from 5th to the 8th of July 2021. The theme is the future of African higher education. The conference will be held virtually and hosted by the government of Ghana under 6 sub-themes as follows. Sub-theme 1, the future of African higher education post-COVID-19. Sub-theme 2, contributions of African higher education institutions to addressing the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sub-theme 3, contributions of African higher education institutions in achieving sustainable development goals. Sub-theme 4, funding of African higher education institutions in the face of unpredictable economy. Sub-theme 5, mainstreaming e-learning and the digital divide. Sub-theme 6, contributions of the diaspora to African higher education. Expected participants include ministries of higher education, academics, researchers and research organizations, regional economic communities, regional educational bodies like IUCEA, CAMES, and SARUWA, the organized private sector and captains of industry, development partners, and other education stakeholders. The AAU's 15th Quadrennial General Conference is here. To register, kindly go to the link below, and for further enquiries, please visit the website www.event.aau.org/GenCon or send an email to secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org. AAU, the voice of higher education in Africa.
L'Association des universités africaines, AUA, l'organisation faîtière de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique, invite toutes les parties prenantes à sa 15e conférence générale quadriennale qui se tiendra du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Le thème de cette conférence est l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain. La conférence se tiendra virtuellement et ce sera accueilli par le gouvernement du Ghana. Elle comprend les 6 sous-thèmes principaux suivants: Sous thème 1, l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain après la COVID-19. Sous thème 2, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour le relevé des défis liés à la pandémie COVID-19. Sous thème 3, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Sous thème 4, financement des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains face à une économie imprévisible. Sous thème 5, intégration de l'apprentissage en ligne et de la fracture numérique. Sous thème 6, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain. Les participants attendus comprenant entre autres les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, des universitaires, les chercheurs et organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les organismes éducatifs régionaux comme la IUCEA, la CAMES, la SARWA, le secteur privé organisé et les chefs d'industrie, les partenaires de développement, agences et organisations internationales et d'autres acteurs de l'éducation. La 15e conférence générale quadriennale de l'AUALA. Pour vous inscrire et participer, veuillez visiter la tinyurl.com/AAUGC 2021 et pour plus d'informations sur la conférence, veuillez visiter le site web event.aau.org/GenCon ou envoyer un courriel à secgen@aau.org et copier info@aau.org. L'AUA, la voie de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique.
Welcome to another educative episode of AgriLink, the show that promotes agriculture in Africa, with a focus on the University of Cape Coast, particularly the School of Agriculture. This episode will focus on the Agricultural Engineering Department and look at the various initiatives taken to promote agriculture in Africa.
My name is Dr. Robert Sapon Amwa. I am the head of Department Agric Engineering. The Department of Agric Engineering was established in 1991 as one of the academic departments in the School of Agriculture. As an academic discipline, we are engaged in the training of students, and I mean agriculture students, in the application of engineering principles to facilitate agricultural operations. We also do research in agricultural engineering related technologies and disseminate these technologies through students to farmers for application on the field. Our areas of study and research cover 4 key specialist areas, which include farm power and machinery engineering, soil and water engineering, post-harvest engineering, and farm structures and environmental control. Now, within these units, we run a number of programs, both at the BSc level and also at the PhD level. At the BSc level, together with the other departments, we teach engineering-related courses for the BSc students. We also run a special BSc Agro-Processing Program, which is meant to prepare the students for a career in the food industry. At the graduate level, we have PhD and MPhil programs in irrigation, engineering, and management. We also have MPhil, food and post-harvest technology, and then we run agricultural mechanization technology for MPhil and PhD students. The department has been doing research in a number of areas across the various disciplines I've mentioned. In irrigation engineering, we have been championing research in deficit irrigation, which involves the application of water less than what the crop actually needs, about 80% of what the crop actually needs, in order to determine whether the deficit will have some stresses on the crop performance and whether it will also compromise the yield or not. The intention of such a research is to cut down on the amount of water that is used for irrigation, because water is becoming scarce and there is competition for the use of water for other purposes, less than what is actually required naturally. Then we can save water. We have also been doing research in the application of some models to predict crop yield. FAO has developed models like aqua crop model or crop watt model parameters like the temperature, the rainfall, the sunshine, and other environmental conditions in particular areas to determine how they affect or they would affect particular crops. And so by use of these models, we are able to predict for a particular year the yield of crops and advise farmers in that respect. We also have been doing research in food and post-harvest technology. In food technology, we have been developing new food products by fortifying foods like gari with nutrients that enrich them. So we have been enriching gari with, for example, sweet potato. Sweet potato does contain beta-carotene, which is good for the eye, and it also improves the immune system. By enriching gari, for example, with sweet potato, we improve its nutrient value. You know, gari is sometimes mixed with oil and sold by the street size. We have found that sweet potato, you know, oil does contain beta-carotene, but it is known through research that the beta-carotene content in sweet potato is much higher. And in fact, sweet potato is one of the healthiest foods in the world. And so we do research to enrich gari and other foodstuffs with some particular nutrients, like sweet potato, like torvum, like avocado, in order to enrich their nutrient composition. We have been also carrying out research in the solar drying of crops. Crops like cassava is dried for the production of starch, and for fermented cassava, which is processed into what we traditionally call konkonte. We carry out research on the drying rate, the drying time, and optimize these drying conditions in order not to compromise the nutrient value of these crops during drying. So we do solar drying, we do sun drying. We have also been doing research on the non-destructive assessment of the quality of many produce. We are currently calibrating an instrument that could be used for quick assessment of the quality of some foodstuffs. Recently there were issues with food fraud, food adulteration, and etc. Through such research, we are able to make a very quick assessment of the quality of the produce. In fact, we have various platforms through which we disseminate our research findings. There are various platforms through which we disseminate our research findings. First of all, we work directly with farmers, especially farmers in the central region and western region, to disseminate technologies to them. We have disseminated, for example, technologies, sweet potato storage technologies to sweet potato farmers at Kuforidia in the central region. We disseminate our research findings through a number of platforms. First of all, we work directly with farmers in farmer field fora and use those platforms to train farmers on the new technologies, new and proven technologies that we find. For example, we have disseminated storage technologies to sweet potato farmers at Kuforidua in the central region on the Jukwa Road. We have also disseminated irrigation technologies to vegetable farmers at Darampong, also in the central region. And currently we are working with farmers at Tibrebe on the Anglo Gold operational area to disseminate spray tube irrigation technologies to the farmers. Now, besides working with farmers, we also disseminate our technologies through a platform we call Supervised Enterprise Project. This is a special project run by the School of Agriculture, through which we train students on new technologies and they go out to disseminate the technologies to farmers. Now, besides that, internationally, we do a number of publications in reputable journals. Now, when you publish in a journal and you see that you are cited by an author elsewhere, the implication is that they are studying your research for possible application in other areas. So through these platforms, we disseminate our technologies throughout the world. Yeah, when we disseminate our findings, especially to farmers, these are farmers we are linked with. And so we continuously monitor the performance of the technologies that we disseminate to them to see whether or not they are implementing them and whether or not the technologies are actually working. And so we do follow-up studies to understand the impact of the technologies that we extend to our farmers. Agriculture in Africa, and for that matter Ghana, is not making much headway, and there are a number of factors that account for this low performance of agriculture. First of all, our land tenure system means that farmers do not have access to large tracts of land. The farm sizes in Africa are quite small. In many cases, they are just about less than 2 hectares. And on such a small farmland, the farmer cannot operate commercially. The farming system is based on subsistence level, and so he only grows to feed the family with a little excess, with a little surplus for sale. So one problem is that our farming system is subsistence based. Now, the second reason why we are not making major strides is that we have not injected technology like control and modified atmosphere techniques, all of which reduce post-harvest losses. But if you come down to our part of the world, you see that we are not employing the new and exciting technologies that are driving agriculture. It's important that we inject into agriculture new and improved technologies. Adoption of mechanization is actually an evolutionary process, and there are a number of factors that determine the adoption rate. Some of the factors are socioeconomic, others are cultural, whilst others are environmental factors. Economically, our farmers are, so to speak, poor. Mechanization, however, is capital intensive, requiring very costly equipment like tractors and its implements. These are very expensive, so the ordinary farmer cannot afford to purchase a tractor. For that reason, they are not able to mechanize their operations. And the second reason being that their farm sizes are too small to justify the use of expensive equipment like tractors. Mechanized equipment are normally designed for large-scale operations. And when used on small farmlands, economically it doesn't pay because economies of scale does not favor the use of such expensive equipment on small farmlands. For this reason, mechanization is not making a headway in our part of the world. Another reason why farmers are not adopting mechanization is also probably an equipment like a planter into a community. It means that it's going to displace labor. Recently there was an observation in the northern part of Ghana where someone brought a 2-row planter to grow cereals, but the community were complaining that he's going to deprive women in that community of their sources of livelihood. You know, in our part of the world, there is also an argument that probably there is little justification in mechanizing our agriculture because labor is cheap. And obviously our farmlands are also too small. Nonetheless, research has shown recently that the demand for mechanization is increasing in Ghana, even on small-scale farmlands. On small-scale farmlands, we could practice what we call selective mechanization. What it means is that we may not mechanize all the operations. We may not fully mechanize all the operations from plowing to harrowing, weeding and harvesting. But there are some of the unit operations that are very difficult to execute manually, and for such operations it is obviously needed to mechanize them. And so active mechanization is actually gaining grounds in Ghana. We have a lot of partnership with institutions in Ghana and outside Ghana. Within Ghana, our partner institution is the KNUST, which is a sister agricultural institute of staff for tuition, and also we collaborate in various project works. Besides that, we have partnership with some organizations in Ghana. For example, we have been working closely with Dizengoff, which is an irrigation for training and installation of irrigation equipment. We also have partnership with a similar company we call Famous Irrigation, also in Accra. Besides that, we have partnerships. Forum means Regional Universities Forum for capacity building in Africa. So we have a number of member universities in Africa, of which the University of Cape Coast is a member. And through that platform, we have linkages with a number of universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, for the exchange of staff and students, and we also do collaborative research. We have also linkages with other universities in Europe. Currently, we are working with Queen's University in the UK for the development. We are also working in partnership with Wismar University in Germany for the development of a clay tube irrigation system. We are also working in partnership with UC Davis in the US for the dissemination of drip irrigation technology to farmers in Ghana. And we continuously build partnerships with other universities across the world. We are in partnership with Jiangsu University in China. They have trained many of our staff in agricultural engineering technologies. So we continue to build partnerships across the world. The way forward for this department is to become a full-fledged agricultural engineering department. The Department of Agric Engineering is the hub around which a school of engineering is going to be developed in the near future. Say by 2020, the University of Cape Coast is going to run a number of engineering programs. And we are leading this process of establishing a school of engineering. So, students in agricultural engineering, there are a number of projects on our hands. First of all, we want to establish a center of excellence for food quality assessment here in our department. Greenhouses have been improving that many farmers are unable to use them efficiently. We want to study the compatibility of such designs with our environment. So currently there is an ongoing project for studies in greenhouse horticulture and also in deficit irrigation in development. And therefore there is the need for government to partner universities in developmental programs. Currently there is a program being rolled out by government, that is the Planting for Food and Jobs program. And yet we see little involvement of universities. And yet there is much that we can do, especially with respect to the training of farmers in irrigation technologies and in post-harvest technologies. So we want to be involved as an institution in these programs. And equally, we want to extend a hand of fellowship to industrial partners for assistance in the training of students. As a technical discipline, the technical training of students is a shared responsibility between industry and academia. Normally we send students out for industrial attachment. Sometimes students find it very difficult to get placements. The issue is that as an institution we may not have all the facilities needed for the practical training of students. So we want to involve industry more and more in the practical training of our students. In the new engineering program that we are going to roll out, we want it to be unique so that those who pass out of our engineering program will have practical skills. And to be able to do that, our intention is to work in partnership with industry for the training of students. So we want industries in Ghana to open up to universities and especially students and train them for the benefit of our nation. Plans are far advanced for the introduction of a number of engineering programs in UCC. These include BSc Agriculture Engineering, BSc Chemical Engineering, BSc Water and Sanitary Engineering, and then we are also going to mount innovative engineering programs like renewable energy engineering, petroleum engineering, nuclear engineering, corrosion engineering. These are all new programs, many of which seem to lead in the introduction of new engineering programs in universities in Ghana.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé. Good day, Africa. Welcome to the CGC show on AETV. AETV is the voice of higher education in Africa. We are coming to you live from the headquarters of the Association of African Universities here in Accra, Ghana. My name is Adra Omi. The show is proudly brought to you by the Association of African Universities. You can join in the conversation by following us on our social media platforms at @A_TV on Twitter, Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and at AETV offer in the studios. I'll introduce him after the break. Big thank you to GD Makeover GH for my makeup, and of course Akosia Collection for my beautiful outfits. I'll introduce my guest after the break. Stay tuned. Welcome back. If you just tuned in, you are watching the CGC show on AETV, and AETV is the voice of higher education. Today we'll be discussing legal practice or law as a career. My guest is in the person of Benjamin Tichi Antiedu. Let me give you a brief about him. He's worked, he has over 15 years, almost 15 years of experience. He's been engaged in the provision of administrative and legal services to legal committees of Parliament of Ghana. In the course of his duties, he's had a course to advise parliamentary committees on legislative drafting and parliamentary practice and procedures. Not only is he that, he's also interested in corporate practice, oil and gas, matrimonial courses, legal drafting, and legislative drafting. Apart from all of those things that I've mentioned, he is the author of Reading the Law, which gives us in-depth, very deep processes on how one will be able to become a lawyer. He will talk to the book during the conversation. So let me give you the chance to introduce yourself proper. Okay. I mentioned your name. You're an Esquire, actually. Introduction you want to give to?
Yeah, so a little about 40 years. Mm-hmm. My background, I started studying land economy at my tertiary level. I think that is what is important now. I did land economy. Land economy is one of the areas where you look at the best and the highest use that our lands can be put. You know, land is a fixed asset. Yeah. And then because you cannot increase it, you have to make the best use of it. So I will come back to that, but that was the stage where I developed the interest to study law at a higher level. Because for land economy, you study the constitutional law of Ghana, you study Ghana's immovable law, you study law of torts, and some aspects of law. So you do it throughout the program, and that kind of gives you the exposure about the feel of the law. So from there, that was the basis of my entry into the parliamentary service of Ghana, because after school, you know, I completed land economy in 2003, and then in 2006, I joined the parliamentary service of Ghana, which is the administrative arm of Parliament of Ghana. Yeah. And I have been working there, and during my work, in the course of my employment in the parliamentary service, I had a long stay or work with the Subsidiary Legislation Committee of the House. And this is a committee that deals with all subsidiary legislations that come before the House. If you look at Article 11, irrespective of the sector that they come from, they all have to go through this committee. So at least at that committee, you are exposed to everything. All sectors, being education, oil and gas, you know, power, every aspect of our nation. So, and it's purely legal. So that further topped the desire for me to study law. Because when you're a committee clerk or assistant committee clerk, you are not only advising on the practice and procedure of Parliament, you are also a technical person who has to support your committee to do better scrutiny of the subsidiary legislations that come before the House. Because we see that when it comes to the passage of subsidiary legislations, there's a little room for Parliament to operate. Subsidiary legislations cannot, once they are late, cannot be amended by Parliament. And they come into force within 21 sitting days of Parliament, so quite limited. So Parliament has to decide whether it will reject, annul the instrument or allow it to pass. If Parliament does nothing, then by negative resolution, it comes into law. And you see that I have a lot of passion for subsidiary legislations because that is what touches us closely. I always cite the example of the power given to our Electoral Commission, the Electoral Commission of Ghana, where the commission is empowered to make regulations for registration of voters, for even the conduct of voting, at elections. So these are very powerful powers given. And so, for example, if they determine that everybody has to go to the last village in Ghana, in the northern region, to register, is that not going to impact on your right to vote? And that is the point where we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very active in the process so that we make sure that whatever comes out will be effective and will serve the purposes of the Constitution. So having worked there at the Subsidiary Legislation Committee for some time, it dawned on me that the time, that was somewhere in 2011, the time has come for me to start my legal education journey. And because I had the introduction at the first degree level far back in 2003. So having worked in Parliament for 5 years, then it became so, it dawned on me that that step was, due to be taken. And that is when I decided to go to the law school. And I joined the Gempa Faculty of Law. At that time, we had Professor Kwame Frimpong, as the founding dean. It had just been established. I think it was somewhere in 2009 or so. It was a young law faculty. And we had brilliant young lecturers who have been even a product of, the KNUST Faculty of Law. So they were quite young. Now he's a doctor. I remember Dr. Isidore, and then lawyer Asunaba Dapa, all of them teaching, Akapami, and some other law lecturers, very energetic, and they were very formidable in their work, and they actually impacted a lot. So from there, definitely this course was also introduced us to the Journey to the Bar. In fact, this book earlier was titled Journey to the Bar. But because of the expansion that later thoughts brought to bear, we had to expand the scope. So from definitely, and so that was in 2014. So the same year we had to write the entrance exam to the Ghana School of Law, the professional level where you are trained to be a professional legal practitioner. And people don't get that one. At the professional level, you are only taught how to litigate before the courts and some aspect of ADL, which allows for out-of-court, resolution of disputes. So the entrance exam, it was so hectic because you're going to sit about 8 papers at a go. 1 paper covering about 8 subjects. So you can see a lot. And then we used to be about 20. What's
MCQ?
Multiple choice, where you are given options and then you choose. And then there were an aspect of actually a legal problem that you have to analyze. So cumulatively, at that time we didn't even have the current formula they've adopted. They would just look at if they want to admit, say, 500, there used to be some conventional numbers that were taken over years. So if they were taking 250 at a time, I think I was time we had 250 over a period. So they were taking 250. So the first 250 you go through, and it was that simplistic. But before that, you have to also participate in a very competitive interview where they ask about other aspects, just to make sure that you are well composed to do the next level of the legal education. So I went through that also. So I gained admission the same year, 2014, and by 2016, I was called to the bar. And having been called to the bar, our law requires, that's Act 32, the legal profession, and how you're supposed to conduct yourself, your entitlements as a lawyer, what you can do and you cannot do. So in Ghana, when you are called to the bar, you're entitled to practice as a solicitor and as a barrister. We'll get to go into what these descriptions are. Yes, but you can see that this is unique, and it's unlike the UK one where we borrowed a lot from. They have specific training for solicitors and another distinct training for barristers. Barristers are the ones who go to court, appear before court and represent parties, their clients, okay, and then in dealing with some legal matters. And there is a place in the court that is called the bar of the court. In fact, that is where lawyers sit, and that is where the name barristers are coming from. But solicitors are the ones who do all other legal work apart from appearing before court. Okay, so here you do both. And interestingly, even the title of the license you have to obtain before you can practice as a lawyer is called a solicitor's license. And some have argued whether it's only dealing with your aspect as a solicitor or both. But I'm sure that in both in practice and in law, we have understood that it covers the two. So cutting, maybe speeding up on the profile. So from the law school, then I had to do my pupillage. So I joined the Gatti & Gatti law firm, Laboni, and then they are more into corporate practice and aspect of contracts, and then other non-criminal aspects. Apart from criminal cases, they do all other cases, and even notaries public, where you need to send some document to a foreign entity. You need some authentication, which a lawyer can do. And that's reserved for very senior members of the bar. So that is what we do there. So from there, then that was 2017, I decided to revert to Parliament and do full-time practice, because there were cases where my officials were conflicted with the legal practice. And then that was the same time I needed to produce this book, because it was a personal commitment I made in 2011 that, having encountered the difficulties in the legal education sector, I promised myself to deliver this book so that those who come after me will not suffer the same fate. Yes, and so I had to stop that and get more time to complete this, and also commit myself fully to the work of the nation, taking 2 masters at the same time, just to inspire us and not to boast. Because realizing that you need further, I would say further and better particulars of knowledge areas. I am particularly interested in oil and gas law. I trained first as a land economist, so anything to do with environment, the land, minerals and all that, very dear to my heart. So I needed to do that. And I know that to also do that effectively, there's a mechanism for this participation. So you have companies involved. So you have to understand how companies work, how they operate, and that's why I'm doing MBA also to support that.
That's nice.
So that is the humble
That's very, very impressive.
Thank you.
Through to where you are currently. In just one word, how would you describe your experience so far?
I mean, law school or law school and practice?
From like your whole experience from law school through to where you are currently.
I would say it has been exciting.
Exciting.
There's been a lot of hard work. But the hard work and the difficulties in becoming a lawyer and practicing law, the fulfillment you get that I've achieved something.
Yeah.
You know, there's that feeling that, oh, this didn't come, you know, with ease. I've actually fought for this and achieved it.
That's
okay,
great.
so if I've gone through that, you know, hurdle, then I have to achieve more with what I have.
Yeah.
Because, yes, we all have fanciful ideas about careers we want to get into, but at the end of the day, what do we do with it? How do we impact on society? The young people, we have so much energy. There's time for preparation.
Yeah.
And that is where we need to choose our careers carefully,
yeah.
so that we don't get back and you feel like, oh, this looks nicer, let me go there. Oh, this is not even my interest. We can't play with our time. Time and tide wait for no man.
Man, of course.
We can't experiment for long.
Okay. Let's come down to our discussion for today. When we talk about law or legal practice, or when we say reading law, what does it entail? At the undergraduate level, I mean.
Okay. So law, as the name implies, I have said on some platforms that law is so close to us as human beings at the time that we decided to live in societies. So I have said that law, we are born into it. We are born into law. We live within the law, and we even die within the law. Because remember that if you want to take your life and you don't succeed, you commit an offense of attempted suicide. So that is how ubiquitous law is. So laws, we're talking about regulations that regulate or control human conduct, our activities, you know, within society.
General,
yeah, so definitely that is the scope you're talking about. So talking about legal studies, then that is the subject. So when you go to the law school, you'll be taught some fundamental subjects. So you go to the law faculty, a tertiary institution, a university that has been accredited to offer law, or that has a law faculty. Definitely that's the institution you must attend, and that is one field of study. But for ease of understanding and application, it has been broken down into so many parts.
Okay.
We call them branches of law. So you've heard about law of contract, you have heard about criminal law, you have heard about law of tort, commercial law, oil and gas law, you know, because every aspect of our life is regulated by law. So that the one that deals with our contractual relations, how we get into agreements with people, law of contract. How do we even govern our state, our nation? What are the rules to observe and all that is constitutional law? How do we deal with conduct that are injurious to other people? Then either we criminalize it, we make a law and say this is a criminal conduct, and then the punishment provided, that is criminal law. Then we find that there are other things that affect us, other our persons or our property or even our reputation, but they are not criminal, but they have the effect of hurting us, and that is the scope of law of tort, rules that govern that industry. And you know, that is a very technical industry, specialized, has developed its own rules. So the rules generally are applied are more relaxed there, and then the professional usage there is mostly applied. So you have law on so many, you do to the extent of even dealing with international law. What is the relationship between international law and your municipal law? How treaties that Ghana enters into applies within Ghana? What are the processes, and how are we bound to international agreements and all that? So if you want to talk about subject to subject, then I'll be able to expatiate on what they really represent. So that is the training, the scope of the training. And there will be a lot of practical sessions, where moot sessions where there is a practical arrangement as a courtroom setting where you exhibit or you train colleagues. Sometimes there are competitions, you train as you do in normal legal practice, just to start, building up that capacity early enough. So But at the LLB level, it's all about substantive law. The law
okay.
on specific aspect of human life and activity.
Okay. So there are areas of specialization in law.
There are a few areas that you can specialize in terms of elective areas.
Okay.
But they are not specializations. That is one of the myths that I have to deal with.
Okay.
Law, you do general subjects.
Okay.
You cover all aspects of law and go and do with the procedural law at the professional level. You don't do any specialization. When you are a lawyer and you want to specialize, then you do that. Okay. That is how it is structured.
Okay. I would want you to go deeper, giving us the step-by-step ways in which one can become a lawyer from the professional lawyer. I'll make you do that after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is the CGC show on AAU TV, and my guest, Esquire Benjamin Techi Antiedu, is in the studio here helping us talk about or discuss law or legal practice as a career. He's talked about his experience and some of the areas involved if should one choose to study law at the tertiary level. But I'd want you to go deeper into the various stages from the law school through to when a person or an individual is called like a fully fledged or professional lawyer. Can you take us through the stages involved, please?
Okay, thank you for the question. But I will want to even tell you the opportunities that is in the law, the career options, before you even take the decision to start.
Fine.
So quickly, I will talk about for professional legal practice. That is, I mean, the conspicuous one that we all know. But it's so a few years back, all the judges are lawyers. At a point, we didn't have so many lawyers to go to the districts as magistrates. That's why some graduates were trained over a short period, and they were appointed career magistrates. So for some time, about 5 years now, we have reverted. All judges are lawyers. So from our district courts, from the circuit courts, the high courts, regional tribunals, with the exception of regional tribunals in a way, and then the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, everybody, you have to be a lawyer first and foremost.
So do we have like a number of years of experience required from a lawyer to be a judge?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and the various, they vary according to the court.
Okay.
So for the district court, you can even go as a fresh lawyer. But for the circuit court, you have to be 5 years at the bar. I mean, you practice as a lawyer for 5 years. At the high court, you need to do 10 years. You know, then the Court of Appeal, you know, qualifications, and then the fact that you have to be of high moral character. Okay, those are additional, but in terms of qualification, that is it. So beyond that, you can be in government service. As I told you, I have been working in the Parliamentary Service of Ghana for about 15 years and doing government service or working for the state. You can teach law.
Okay.
You have a lot of people who have committed themselves into teaching. Until her appointment, her leadership, Mensa Bonsu. Mrs. Mensa Bonsu has been a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of Ghana. They call it School of Law.
School of Law,
yes, but it's different from the Ghana School of Law.
No,
But that's their version of the law faculty. She has been there for a long time. You have a lot of them. His Lordship, Ashikote also doing same and all that. So you can actually develop a career as a law lecturer, and that is sufficient. You can also be in-house counsel for a company or your institution. You should have a legal department or a lawyer directing and leading the company, a company secretary, is to be a lawyer. So that is also,
Okay.
you have corporate lawyers also doing that. And then you can even see lawyers in politics. A lot of lawyers, you know, our information minister is a lawyer, work all at the same time, and then that's what he's doing. A lot of people also do ADL.
What's ADL?
Alternative dispute resolution.
Okay.
Or mechanisms that are used to resolve disputes apart from the courts. Okay, that is it. So you have people going into mediation, arbitration. That's a whole avenue for you know, a career to develop.
So
that
those
is the
career
scope.
prospects.
Yes, and then more you can do. But you can be an author. All you do is to write. You can be a journalist and you're a lawyer, so that you can report rightly to the public. Because most of the time you see that when a matter is before court, a substantive matter, parties are also allowed to bring applications. The substantive matter will be there, but there will be certain steps you want to take. Okay, we saw that in the election, ongoing election petition, where the petitioner's lawyers apply to serve interrogatories on the first respondent. Those are the steps. If not for this and it's live and lawyers are explaining along the line, you have some journalists even taking that resolution or ruling on that subject, even as the decision on the substantive matter, which throws quite a big misinformation into the system. So when we have lawyers across the board, it serves us better.
Okay.
So we can go back to
the stages,
the process.
From when you get the admission, when you are being admitted to the law school in any tertiary institution or university. What are the processes?
Okay.
So at a grad school, professional exams, whatever to become,
Okay, so that's a good question that always asked. Okay, so the first, and there are two ways to begin.
Okay.
You can actually do your LLB. The LLB is actually a Latin word that has been anglicized.
Okay.
So you have, we call it in English version, Bachelor of Laws.
Okay.
But why is it not BL, but it's LLB? That is Legum Baccalaureus. Legum Baccalaureus. And that is the Latin version. And the Latin, when you are writing an initial for a plural noun, is double. You double the letter. That is why you have the LLB.
Okay.
The Legum Baccalaureus for the B. That is why you see it as it is. So you can, there are two ways to do it. You can enroll in a law faculty in Ghana, and there are prescribed subjects that you study. LI 2355 is the law that specifies all the subjects you need to study, the prescribed ones. There are additional ones that are elective ones that come along. Then you can also do external LLB in a country that has a substantial law, or a law that is quite substantially the same as ours, preferably in a Commonwealth country. You can also do the LLB there. But the difference is that when you complete and you obtain your LLB in Ghana, you are eligible to write the entrance exam for admission to the Ghana School of Law, which is the professional level. But in the case of the LLB that is obtained externally, you have to go through another phase of training to make up. And that is called the Ghana Legal System Program.
Okay.
That is so talking about the Constitution of Ghana. It's novel. There will be so many aspects that are common, but you have very distinctive elements that are there. So what has said in one of his judgments before an Attorney General, that our Constitution mirrors our past. Okay, so constitutions are always distinct to a large extent. We have some of the provisions we have today because of the lessons of the past. So that your constitutional law may be limited. One distinctive aspect of our law is our customary law. Customary law, so special. I wonder the other legal systems that will have that, because here we are recognizing the laws or the rules of conduct that apply to specific communities.
Okay.
So you can even be in a Ga community, maybe Osu, they have different rules. You go to another part, different rules, even in the same, ethnic group. Okay. So you have that diversity, that huge volume of law too, that if you don't study the Ghana law, you'll be lacking. So the Ghana legal system program is supposed to fill you in with these specialties, and then you'll be at the same level as any holder of LLB.
So after you do that after your LLB?
Yes, you do that just to qualify you or place you at the same level as those who did the LLB in Ghana. The LLB is just a first degree in law. Okay, so some of the law faculties actually have different streams where they admit students or graduates from the senior high secondary school, and then mostly they also have the postgraduate entry level there. They are not missed, but you can do it. And then talking about the subjects you need to, the required subjects, is quite open. Particularly if you go as a postgraduate student, you can do anything and then go through. Because you have been exposed to some areas of knowledge, and the law. You see, there are rules that govern almost everything we do. So even if you're an engineer, your knowledge is even necessary there. So there's no limitation. But of course, the SS, I'm sure, will be some limitation because at the end of the day, it's about law. It's about every field.
Okay. So after the legal system study, you do your professional.
Yes. So after the LLB, you have gone to a tertiary institution. You have acquired your Bachelor of Laws degree. Then you need to go to Ghana School of Law. Our legal education has been structured at 2 levels: the first degree in law, and then the professional law course. Okay, so when you are done, now we have a system of entrance exam. We have only one school of law with, say, about 2 more campuses. So it's not able to admit all LLB graduates. So there's an entrance examination mechanism that is used. So when you are done with the LLB, whether a foreign who has done the top-up or the local LLB, then you participate in that, you register and participate in the entrance exam. So if you are successful, then you are admitted, and then you go to the professional law course program at the Ghana School of Law. But you may be, upon admission, you may be asked to go to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology campus of the Ghana School of Law, or the Gempa campus of the Ghana School of Law, or the Ghana School of Law main campus at Makola. Now, there's even another phase of practical training that is woven into the professional law training, and that is mandatory internship, where students are supposed to join some law firms, the courts, or the Attorney General's department, or law chambers in general, that to learn the practical aspects of the law that they have learned. And then that is part of the professional law course. So you write that is 2 years now. 2 years, so they have part 1, part 2, and then it's part 2 that you'll be doing the internship. So when that is done, and then you pass and you are done with your internship, then you are called to the bar. That is the kind of, say, graduation, formally admitting or enrolling you into the role of lawyers. There's a big book, or let's say a register, where your name must be before you can be called a lawyer in Ghana or hold yourself as such.
So there's this thing about the professional exam. A lot of people tend to feel, I don't know why it is so. Do you think it is a challenge or something from the students, or is from the system?
Yes, I would say both. Both, because, when legal education started way back in 1960, it was only the University of Ghana that was offering the law, the LLB. So they were able to contain the numbers, a particular number. Then as soon as they are done, they proceed to the Ghana School of Law for the professional. So that was smooth. Then along the line, they allowed other law faculties to train. So now you have over 12 law faculties in the country. So the numbers have been so high. And that was when they even introduced the entrance. You know, it used to be entrance exam and even interview along the line under LI 2355. They had to know about the entrance exam. I said that, you know, you are sitting, last year they had even reduced the number of subjects to 6. Okay, but sitting 6 subjects on, you know, at one spot can be so grudging. And, you know, not everybody can do that. And then also the way you are also taught at the faculties, a different standard is required of you. Because at the entrance exam, you have judges who are going to mark your script. You have practicing lawyers who are going to mark your script, and they expect a certain kind of learning to show. Meanwhile, you have been taught at the LLB level, maybe at different law faculties, at different standards. So you see that there may be challenges. We don't have common assessment. So wherever you complete, you are entitled to write. So you have faculties that are not doing well. The General Legal Council, that's the regulator of legal education in Ghana, and I took an exercise with the institution that deals with that regulates tertiary education, National Accreditation Board. And they found that there are even some law faculties that did not have law libraries, that some of them did not have the numbers of lecturers and all that. You will find that they get some lecturers to get the accreditation, and after that, you see that they are into something else. So preparation is also part of the problem. Then also the physician about reducing the numbers definitely will also have a problem with the system. Because we should have opened up quite well now, especially with a spirit of development or democracy where you need lawyers, a lot of lawyers in the system.
So you've talked about the challenges, but I'd want you to talk about some of the challenges that students are likely to face before entering into the law school.
You mean professional?
Yes, professional.
Professional. Now, I've learned that because of COVID and then lack of space, sufficient or adequate space, some of them have been grouped into 2 and they run for long hours. So I've actually been feeling for them. Some start as early about maybe 7:30 and 8 p.m. in the evening for 2 days, and I think it's just too much. Because you are feeding the person with so much information. How can the person assimilate and train? At the end of the day, you have lawyers who do not appreciate the law very well. So I think that is a problem. For law, it's so easy to train people because all you need is a huge library, very good lecturers, and then the classroom. That is all. You don't need any equipment, you don't need anything. Maybe best you need a moot court where they can train and practice. That is all. So we can train people at so many facilities across the country. So to take people through this is quite challenging. And then it's also expensive. Expensive.
Very expensive.
So for an ordinary person from some of our poor homes, they are likely to face financial challenges. And you must buy books. And law books
are
very expensive.
I would like you to talk about some of the benefits, but I believe everything is in your book, Reading the Law. Every law student should have a copy, of course. I would want you to talk about the inspiration behind this book and everything that is in it and why people should buy it.
Okay, so you have this book, Blues, to a similar book written by Glanville Williams, a British, that is Learning the Law. So you see that the name was craftily, chosen to get closer to what is in our imprints. But particularly with reading, why reading? Because law, you read a lot of legal materials, so comprehension. But the challenge becomes how much you can read. Because law, you have to read law articles. Judicial decisions are part of our laws because of the common law tradition. So you have to read cases. So as I just spoken, I would have given you about 50 cases that you have to read.
I see.
Okay, so
Maybe
that is
we'll
why
do that
reading the law and
some
reading
other
the law.
time.
So what learning the law has done, it was introduced into Ghana since we started our legal education in 1960. Okay, but that book is a very good book. It tells you how to, it directs you how to study the law, some of the basic things you need to know about. If you are talking about cases, when you are reading a case, what do you look for? If you are within the English legal system context, there are some of the parts that do not apply to Ghana.
Okay.
Okay, because if you pick the courts, the judicial structure, you have county courts, you have crown courts. We don't have them in Ghana. So why do you expose your student to a foreign knowledge that is inapplicable only to be redirected? So that is why, and then also, apart from that, the book doesn't give you so much going forward. It's a little limited because it doesn't tell you how you are going to study the subjects. Okay. But so I sat down when I was struggling initially. When you start, you will struggle. Unless you've been exposed to law, maybe you have a relative, a parent who is a lawyer, and then you know how the whole thing plays out. Or, you know, for some reason, maybe your work entails a judicial affairs or function. So apart from that, you will struggle. Because you just go, they start the subject, and cases are pouring left and right, and you are confused. Is that what I asked for? Okay. So you need guidance, and that guidance was not so much in that book, which though in another context in the UK, it might be excellent book. So that is where it dawned on me that no, we need to change this, make it more suitable for ourselves, and very, very comprehensive. Comprehensive. So what I've done is that this book contains 4 parts. Actually, part 1 gives you the basics that is more like a replication of what is in the Learning the Law by Glanville Williams. Okay. Mine has just been compressed into 1 part, and then I give you how you study law.
Okay.
And how you study law is simple. I've recommended, a model that you read before you go for lectures. If you don't do that, you'll be in class and just looking for cases to be spelled for you, instead of focusing and following on the legal principles that are being espoused. Okay. And so. And then in class, you're able to follow and ask very intelligent questions to elucidate better understanding. And then even after lectures, then you can prepare a very good notes, a summarized one that will guide you for further studies, because it's not all the time that you can go back to huge textbooks and read. Okay? So that is the first part. The second part is where subjects. So you pick law of contract. I want students to learn law in a very interesting, exciting way. So after having done law of contract, you should be able to sit there and say that, oh, so contract is all about contracts. It's about agreements, agreements that we enter daily. I had some agreement before I came here. Okay. If there was a commercial value to it, that can be a contract, of which if I default in the performance, that can lead to some legal consequence. So from the time you form a contract, how you perform it, to the time of discharge, and then if there is any breach, any remedy that must follow. You see, so you see that I've learned contract law and I can have the picture. So if you read it that way, then it's easy to learn. But if you learn them by topics, you don't know where they fall. It will be difficult. Like I said earlier, law is like one ball, a football, which has small segments, which are distinct. So it is those segments that come together to form the one subject law. So at the end of the day, when you have done all your legal studies, you should be able to bring all the parts to form that law. So when you are studying law, there are so many temptations to say, oh, this case was wrongly decided, because you have only one aspect of the law.
Okay.
You see.
I see.
So that's what I've done. And quickly, let me add the third part. So the part 3 is where I've said that this book is dedicated to the LLB, just to expose students and guide. But they need to have some understanding of the professional law subjects.
Okay.
So I have civil procedure, criminal procedure, law of evidence and interpretation.
Okay.
Also summarized there, just an introduction so that when you read cases or legal materials, you can understand. Then there's a last part where I was just having an encounter with a professor of law, and he was saying that law has its own language, just like other specialized professions. So that language should be learned as early as possible. So we have our own dictionary.
Okay.
And then when we start giving you some of them, you have heard some of them. Okay. So I've given you a whole list of over 200 of them and explain in very simplified words.
I see.
So that is the kind of comprehensive guidance that reading the law gives you.
Should someone need a copy? How did they get a copy?
Okay, so for now, I have representatives in almost all the law faculties.
Okay.
Most of the law faculties have approved, evaluated, approved it. So you have even the Ghana School of Law endorsing this, recommending it for law students too, but even at the professional level. And that was a bit even shocking to me because those were not the target. The target is even at the beginning. But and there you have UCC, University of Cape Coast, Law Faculty. They have even bought a lot for their law faculty library and the main library.
Okay.
You have Wisconsin University College. They have also bought copies for their library, and it's a recommended textbook.
Okay.
So the list goes on. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. There's even a university in Sunyani, University of Sciences, and it's a Catholic university. They have law faculty, and so many.
Okay.
So it has become the book that every law student must have. Every lawyer must have law. You have land economy, my own basis, where I said you do a lot of law. Even you have architecture, you have building technology, you have so many, MBA, for example, you do business law. Business law is a number of law subjects combined. So you have company law in there, you have law of contract in there, you have constitutional law in there. So when you get this book, it's like every legal question, guidance you need, you have it there.
Yeah. I think we would need to call you back again for an in-depth interview on your book.
That would be
but
great.
if anyone needs the copy, you can just come to the Association of African Universities here in Accra, Ghana, and we will direct you to the Arthur Benjamin. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your time. I have lots of questions to ask you, but time wouldn't permit me, and so I think we'll do another interview another time. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you too for tuning in. If today is or what's the first time for tuning in on the CGC show, we discussed law as a career, and as time goes on, we'll be talking about a whole lot of careers. At AAU_TV on Twitter, Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, and AAU TV official on Instagram. My name is Aja Omi, and I have been your host. Big thank you to GD Makeover GH on Instagram for my beautiful makeup, and of course Akusia Collection GH for my beautiful outfit. You can follow them on, as we're proudly brought to you by the Association of African Universities. I'll see you next time.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé et surtout sur le AAU.
Keep watching it, and it will change the way you interact with higher education on the continent. AAU, great job.
I want to tell you that AAU television is fantastic, it's educative, it's informative, and it is a must for anybody who is interested in higher education in Africa.
When I was in Accra last year, I did an interview on this TV. It's a very important mouthpiece.
It's a data, it's a bank of all we need for the development of higher education in Africa.
People should make an effort to view it because it discusses very current issues of development across the continent.
I believe that the station will continue to promote the overall development of Africa, particularly in the tertiary education sector.
AAU TV provides a platform and shares a lot of information to a broader audience. So we wish you all the best and please continue serving
AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa.
The Association of African Universities, AAU, is an international non-governmental organization set up by universities in Africa to promote cooperation among themselves and the international academic community.
Mon nom est professeur Étienne Eouan-Eilé. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association des universités africaines qui est basée à Accra, au Ghana. Je vais vous parler de la création de l'Association des universités africaines. Il faut remonter dans les années 60 pour pouvoir comprendre le processus. Déjà en 1960, nos dirigeants estimaient que l'éducation est l'outil majeur pour pouvoir lutter contre la pauvreté et assurer le développement. Et rappelons-nous que les années 60, la décade 60, a été une décade où la plupart des pays africains ont obtenu leur indépendance ou ont, pris les dispositions pour être indépendants. C'était donc aussi l'année de développement, dans la mesure où tous ces pays indépendants devaient se retrouver de temps en temps pour parler de comment mettre ensemble leurs problèmes et trouver une solution commune à leurs problèmes. Et dans ce contexte-là, l'éducation était une priorité pour eux, surtout l'éducation universitaire. Et sur ce plan-là, les universités aussi se sont organisées grâce à l'UNESCO qui a parrainé plusieurs réunions depuis Madagascar jusqu'au Maroc.
My name is Jonathan Umba. I'm the Director of Research and Academic Planning. The programs and projects that we run at AAU are consistent with our strategic plan, and they are implemented for our higher education stakeholders, namely the higher education institutions in Africa. These programs are implemented in such a way that our stakeholders will get the benefit of membership of our association. And our programs also are aligned with a number of global and international agendas on higher education, including the Continental Education Strategy for Africa and the Agenda 2063. So these programs are aligned with a number of international agendas with a view to promoting higher education in Africa.
The AAU is the apex organization and principal forum for consultation, exchange of information, and cooperation among universities in Africa.
I am Professor Nkusa Mahao, Vice Chancellor of the National University of Lesotho in the Kingdom of Lesotho in Southern Africa. There are roughly 77 universities that are affiliated with the AAU in the region. But as you might be aware, there are a lot more universities that are as yet to take the membership of the Association of African Universities. Well, universities that are not members of the AAU are missing quite a lot. First of all, let's appreciate this one point, that the AAU is a main driver from the angle of training and capacitating the human resources of the continent. the agenda of the African Union 2063. So if an institution is not on board, it is missing the opportunity to leverage on the opportunities that are provided by the association in the area of training, human resource capital, training their own staff and students, the opportunities that are provided by the universalization of quality management on higher education on the continent, and many other opportunities that are provided.
Et en 1963, il y a eu une réunion à Khartoum où les institutions d'enseignement supérieur ont décidé de créer l'Association des universités africaines. Finalement, la création va se faire à une conférence qui s'est tenue à Rabat au Maroc, et la création de l'Association des universités africaines a eu lieu le 12 novembre 1967.
I'm Prof. Hassan Kafi, AAU Governing Board member, representing for East African region. Also, I am the president of Plasma University, Mogadishu, Somalia. We really like to give a call for universities in Africa, especially in East Africa, those which are not members still in the Association of African Universities. We are calling them because we feel the organization is ours. It represents the voice of higher education in Africa being seen all over the world.
Good day, Africa, and welcome to Diaspora Connect on AAU TV. Today on Diaspora Connect, we have the guest for today on Diaspora Connect. We have Dr. Tina Alton, an entrepreneur, a mentor, a business strategist. If I'm to read all the profile of Dr. Tina, I'm sure it will take all our time for these meetings. Dr. Alton?
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay. So, Dr. Alton, today we are talking about the role of diaspora in empowering Africa for greater economic development. So, before we go into the discussion, I just remember a story of my childhood when I was staying with my grandmother. Even then, I didn't know what the contribution of the diaspora was, but then I knew that every Christmas, my uncle, who was in the United States, would send us money, and my grandmother and myself will go to the bank, and then that was all joy because we at some point, or let's say for Christmas, we will have some money to spend the Christmas, and it was a source of livelihood for us and then the whole family. So even before I heard the term diaspora, and also I heard of the term remittance, this is what I knew from the past. So it was when I grew up that I knew that there was something called diaspora, and then, but looking at this, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I know it's not only remittances, and that is not the only contribution of the diaspora towards Africa's development. Dr. Tina, tell us more on the role of diaspora towards Africa's development.
Thank you. I think the Africa diaspora really it's like the chicken and the egg. They both need each other, and I was trying to find something here to read out to you, which is essentially Africa will not exist without its diaspora, and without its diaspora, Africa without the diaspora, there's no Africa. So we need each other, right? And I think if you look at any people group, there's always migration, even from great grandfathers who are moving from one place to the other, and then of course as industrial revolutions come, technology advancements, all of those means that people are always on the move for better life opportunities. So Africa is no different, if you will, from having a diaspora, which is also part of where we're still part of the continent, I'd like to think. And hope, sometimes when I was born in Ghana, raised in Ghana, and then, I traveled to the UK, and now it's my home. So I know that sometimes when you come home there, and it's like, come on now, I mean, I'm not an outsider, I'm part, and I am your people. So it's one of those things that we know that there's always going to be Africa in us. We're always going to be part of the continent, but also in terms of making life, it just happens that we're making life in a different place.
All right. So in generality, would we say that looking at the role of the diaspora towards Africa's development, what are the dimensions, in which ways does the diaspora contribute towards Africa's development? Is it just in the line of remittances, or it goes beyond that?
Absolutely, it goes beyond that. Certainly, in my experience and expertise as recognized as one of the African diaspora leaders here in the UK, I know that yes, in the area of investment or remittances, shall I say, that the diaspora can be seen as a single biggest source of FDI into the continent. Just domestic remittances alone is more than the combined GDP, and so yes, as a people group, we therefore become quite powerful from the point of view of purchasing power, and also because we are essentially the single biggest source of FDI into the continent. But also what we contribute is cross-cutting innovation, technology, contributing our minds to the betterment of the continent, trade, investment, finance, being able to participate in those. Policy advocacy, we're able to contribute in those. When it comes to utilizing latest technologies such as blockchain, we also contribute towards capital, if you will, both financial as well as human capital to the continent. I think I've talked about investment already. So there is a whole lot of things I can list, but in terms of for the purpose of our conversation, our time here is that the diaspora most certainly, I think, in my opinion, is probably the biggest brain power for our continent.
All right. So, Doc, right now, everything we are talking about in terms of investment, when we are talking about FDI, blockchain, it looks like we are talking at the macro level. But then, looking at going deeper into community engagement, what role does the diaspora play in terms of engaging the community itself and not at the macro level?
I think really that, that really comes, will be most effective in terms of our government or African leaders recognizing, first of all, the important role that the diaspora plays. Because if we continue thinking the diaspora, you're a foreigner, you don't live here, you don't understand, then we're going to lose out. But I also know that most of the time, if you take somebody in the diaspora who's in business or even corporate world, and they want to look at the next phase of their life, they're always thinking back home. What can I do back home? So it starts at the top, where our leadership that makes it easy for somebody in the diaspora to, for example, come back home and be able to set up business. Yes, there's chambers of commerce, but if you Google, opening account, or there is no single source here. If you go to .gov, gov.uk, there is every information you can think of, from opening a bank account to registering for a GP, which is your general practitioner, to finding accommodation, to every single thing you can think of is available from a trusted source. Even in terms of investment, most investors are hesitant to invest back home, whether they're diaspora or not diaspora, because there's lack of trusted partners. How do you complete really thorough due diligence? Because we have lack of infrastructure, communication systems. So for it to work well, where we're able to contribute effectively to the continent, our leaders need to recognize that we play an important role, that we contribute brain power, we contribute, trade investment, FDI, policy advocacy, technology, all of those, and actually be want to engage. Because if I want to give you something and you don't reach your hand out, I can't put in your hand. And so there has to be both, from both sides. But I haven't seen any person that, has been given an invitation that would say, well, I'm not interested, return. The year of return last year, right? I mean, I think we have to be really proud as Ghanaians in terms of there was a lot of communication that was provided in terms of what really was happening, the opportunities that were available, and therefore, I know juice, mangoes, all of those things. It's like, I need some fufu. So there's those group and those think, what? Yes, I really fancy some homemade jollof rice, but I also want to, kill two birds with one stone. So what are the opportunities available? So I think if we can begin to think broad spectrum that way, then yes, it's always easy to then, invite the right people, the right stakeholders would always come when the environment is right.
Dr. Alton, you've been you are a diasporan leader, and obviously you've been having interactions with people from the diaspora, and especially I'm sure you've met a lot of Ghanaians in the diaspora who really want to come back to Ghana, but then they sometimes tell you, because of this and that, we cannot come. This has to change, that has to change before I can come. What are some of these things that they normally mention, and what can we do about those things?
I think it's, if somebody wants to come home, you're not just coming home to have a holiday. So if you're coming home to set up business, you're coming home to maybe as an expansion or as a growth of your business here, right? Then there has to be, for example, the environment has to be right. So if I want to come and set up business, and there is no support from the government in terms of, okay, what are the policies around setting up, that always saddens your heart, because it's like, I should be able to register my company without having to pay anybody any bribe. But if that level of accountability is not there, because bear in mind, we're in the diaspora, and this is what always surprised me. I ask people, like there's this level of corruption, but then the minute they go to a different place, they comply. Put them in the same role in UK, US, Germany, Italy, France, they will not dare ask. Why is that? Because there is accountability. You will be held accountable. If you fall short of the standard expectation that's set in terms of these are the protocols on how we do things, you're going to find yourself in trouble. However, we don't have that. Well, we do, but we don't respect those protocols and rules that is in place to govern us as a people. So you have leaders that would break speed limits and think, I did it, so if we don't lead by example. And so being in an environment where that, like, you always held accountable, you have to certain standards. You can't work below the standard that is set. Even attitude to work, how, like they won't be late for work.
Okay.
I didn't give you all, but and so I think we need to be able to understand that all those things, the culmination of all of those things, almost guarantee will be against growth.
Okay, so Doc, looking at it, you're talking about some of the cultural differences, especially the West and then what we have here in Africa. So coming down, you talked about corruption, but then there is the issue of also political disruption. Sometimes people in the diaspora will say, we want to come, but we are always frustrated by the government. Is this something that you personally or somebody in your circles has ever experienced? Probably political, let me say, frustration when they want to come back to Africa or let's say Ghana?
Yes, let me just, point of quick correction. There is corruption everywhere in the world. There is absolutely corruption. Everywhere you look, you will find corruption, some more so than others, right? Even here in the UK, you would have seen in the news, we have our MPs that, will manipulate. They get a speeding ticket and, so there's corruption everywhere. But I think the difference is that when you are found out, you will face the law and there's no getting out of that. And the difference is particularly, and it's not just Ghana, it's predominantly through Africa, is even when they're found out, you always there's a loophole for you because you're a leader, because you are, in that place of position. So we abuse the power that we have, which is really to do things that brings growth to our community. In terms of your second question, which is the political environment, I mean, there's nowhere cool. I think that Africa is much more better than when I was growing up in terms of political stability. And you can't really, there's no guarantee anywhere in the world that there's always going to be 100% political stability. Yes, we live peacefully, but certainly during election years, there's always that tension that would come, rightfully so, because people want to express their desire to change. And they are in that space, which is that election year of, being able to exercise that right to change leadership, because that's what they believe, that if we can change the leadership, then we can change, our situation. If the most stable, countries, economies, if you will, in Africa, all of Africa, actually. And I think what we need to learn from is that there's always going to be some good parts that the current government would have done. And there's always going to be those that sometimes a new leadership or government would come in. And it's like, well, we don't like this party, so we're going to dig everything up. We're going to dig it all up and start again. So they dig all up again and start again, and it takes the same period. By the time they get there, another government comes, it's like, well, we don't like that government, that policy was wrong, that policy was wrong. We have the same here in the UK, where the new government comes in, Conservatives took over from the Labour Party, and there were pieces of the policies that I think were not quite right in terms of from an economic growth perspective, but they definitely didn't tear the whole building down. They left the pieces of the foundation that was okay, underpinned it, same as if it's a house that is a little bit weak in the foundations, you'd underpin the foundation to strengthen it, and then you can build, right? So that's how I think that if we can learn to build on some of the foundations that have been laid by the previous party, we would actually see progress. But if we don't, and it's, but it'll be a very slow burner.
Okay. Doc, let's really talk about this, address this particular situation. Sometimes we say that most of our political leaders are sometimes people who have maybe studied in the West, or probably some are even coming from the diaspora. And we say, per your experiences in UK, You say that there are good roads in UK. The education system is better than what we have here. Their health care system is better than what we have here. And so, let's say, Doc, you come back to Africa. We are expecting that you are going to bring with you some of the good things we have over there in the West. But the problem we've always had is the fact that they come here and we are having so much expectations of them, and then they conform to what we have here. In the healthcare system, they go through it, it's poor, they do nothing. But these are people who have had a taste of the West, and we expect that they will bring the experiences with them to transform what we have here in Africa. That has always been a challenge, and we as people, we always ask, why so?
Why so? Well, I have the right thing answer for you is don't be deceived, because bad company corrupts good morals. So the person may have come with right intention, right, attitude, all of those things. And we know that if you spend your environment determines your output. So if you're not really strong in your values, and again, I think it always comes down to motive. What really is the motive, for going back? Is it because, hey, you know what, if I can get into politics or get whatever it is, I can make money, blah, blah, then you're going to very quickly lose the values and the morals that you have. But if really your heart is, I want to pour into my nation, I want to nation's inheritance and its heritage and all of those, then yes, you can, because your shield is up and your motive for which you're doing what you're doing is right, you should be able to succeed and do it rightfully so. And so for me, I always believe as a qualified psychologist, if I put my psychologist hat on and look at human behavior, I think it always comes down to the values the person holds. If you're really true to your values, if your value includes integrity, your value includes, transparency, for a moment before you step into a space or territory that means that you're going to compromise, your values of integrity.
All right, so we will go for a quick break, and then when we come, we will continue with our discussion. Stay with us.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet with our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as 4K Panasonic video cameras, KinoFlow lights, assorted microphones, live streaming equipment, among others. You are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233 244 736280.
Welcome back, viewers. This is Diaspora Connect on AAU TV. Today we are speaking with Dr. Tina Alton. Tina Alton, I think when I was reading your profile, I saw that you attended the University of Cape Coast. I was proud that you are an alumni of the same school that I also graduated. So right now, let's put the light on your personal activities in terms of what you are doing in the diaspora and how you are pushing towards improving the conditions here in Africa. So personally, what are your activities in the diaspora and how is it contributing?
I've always had a heart for empowering women, and I consider myself as an economic builder, if you will, an economic development builder. That's one of my key strengths, is policies, systems, frameworks, protocols that result in great economic development of a nation, if you will. So certainly the last, I would say, 5 years, I've been in the space of empowerment, predominantly in fintech. And then in 2017, I then was appointed as High Commissioner to Ghana, actually, with the World Business Angels Investment Forum. And the goal there was to really help our government to understand and take on board how they can leverage the startup ecosystem. That's one of the things I speak on and teach and work with other governments and nation builders, is that if there is a problem in a nation, the startups in the nation would almost always guaranteed create better solutions. I'm not against importing solutions. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to do what is best for your people. But I also believe that there's always a startup in the nation that is creating solutions for those problems. And so for me, my first point is, where are those startups? How can we leverage that ecosystem? Which means looking at policies for starting up your business. What incentives? Most startups would fail within the first 2 to 3 years. But if we create the right environment, right incentives, policies, and like R&D, tax credits, for example, then it means that they're going to be in a better, stronger position to be successful. So 2017, during in Ghana, and the idea was to, bring, some of the startups together. Also, I know that, look, there's not an abundance of 9-to-5 jobs, available when you come out of university. We have great education. Lots of people are now able to access education. When I was growing up, university was almost like, now I think it's no longer a luxury. It's part of the continuum of, progressing in life. But sadly, everywhere in the world, there is not enough jobs to accommodate those coming out. And so we have to be able to think about what are the opportunities we can create for people coming out of university to still be able to contribute to the economy of the nation. And we also know that globally, every economy, it's the entrepreneurs, the SMEs, small, medium enterprises that form the bulk of, the revenue to the country, or to the nation, in terms of, it's either GDP or its overall revenue as a whole nation. So if we can then create better environments, better tax credits, better tax incentives, actual proper incentives where the government understands the role of the startup ecosystem, then that's going to be good. So that's where I started from, was like that space of, thinking big. How can we actually get the government to understand the importance of this? And then the next thing was looking at, okay, fine, you can always go to Exim Bank. You can always go to IMF. Or the UN and get loans and all of those things. But there's also the place for smart finance, which is, external investment, which is not from, a bank loan from Exim Bank or, IMF or whatever it is, but we can how can we create and invest in startups? They invest in, businesses. So if we're not actually laying the foundations for businesses to start, then you can't get investors to come, because what are they going to invest in, right? So again, it was looking at, okay, fine, can we help to understand the role of, I call it smart finance, which is angel investment. And I worked with one of the ministries. I don't know whether I'm supposed to say it or say it, but it was actually quite open, so I will share it. With the Ministry for Business Development. Worked together with them. I actually was on the ground in 2018 and, share the idea of what I'm hoping to do, achieve, et cetera, et cetera. And it was quite good to have the support of Ministry for Business Development. And they actually understood the role of, smart finance. So the rest is history. We worked together and collectively, last year in August, Ghana launched the WBF country office with the hosted by the business development Dr. Ibrahim Awal. I've been working quietly on since 2017 is to help create that gateway, if you will, for angel investors to have that door, or that home, if you will, to invest in Ghana, not just the diaspora, but now if we have country office, and be able to help them, get all the necessary things. So, and there are other things I do, but I do them quietly. So
it's quite impressive. So I'm sure my viewers will want to know a bit about, let's say, I have somebody who just sent me a quick question. He says, so when the diasporans, they meet, what are the sort of conversations they have? Is there hope for Africa?
There is absolutely hope for Africa. Personally, for a long time, you wouldn't usually find me in those circles. Because I was just too tired of this attitude of just tearing down. I call it the crab mentality. Is like, if you're working hard, going up, it's like, oh, then let's pull you down. If you put a bunch of crabs in a bucket, not a single crab will get out. Right? Because you watch it, go to the market, you see it going on, you see one who young. Whereas, I always say that we have to learn to say, hey, I really admire what you're doing. How can I learn from you? And then we also can then learn and be better and do good and, expand and all of those things. So for a long time, I just intentionally just excluded myself from that community because it was too much of talking and nothing happening. And I like to be focused and, just the beginning, yes. But now I think when we meet, and certainly in my role as president within the Nations of Women, particularly our women, we know that like women make 90% of the world's population, but also 70% of the world's poorest. And that's really not, we can no longer ignore things like that. So when we meet, we look at, okay, fine, how can I contribute to, for example, some of the policies that are on the ground towards empowering and uplifting women, in the society? How can I contribute in terms of investment, if you will? And I'm very glad that the country office is finally opened, because then we can push the smart finance through the office. In terms of research, again, it's like, how can I be able to do research on the ground of what is going, so I can better understand, the intensity or the extent of these issues, so I can then be better prepared and effective in how to contribute and how to make that difference, if you will. We also talk about utilizing, the technology, if you will. How can we use, technology that we have access to or that we have experience and expertise of to help buildings? So whether it's in infrastructure or telecoms, if you will, how can we contribute to, those issues? And I think one of the biggest, almost common is how can I utilize my network, to be able to actually do good back home. And then, of course, if it's Nigerians and Ghanaians, we always have to discuss which one of us makes the best jollof rice. That's always on the agenda. Whether it's Ghanaian jollof rice.
Obviously, you know the answer.
Always, it doesn't matter what boardroom we're in. If there's a Ghanaian, of course, I'm the Ghanaian. So if there's a Nigerian there, just get over it. Ghana makes the best jollof rice. So.
Okay, so Dr. Orton, finally, I know it's not even a question of if. You definitely come face to face with most of the African leaders. So when you come face to face with any of the African leaders, what advice would you give to them in terms of the diaspora, Africa diaspora relations? I think it's just being open to engage. Because there's more good that would come out of that, opportunity to engage, for the diaspora to understand. Maybe, for example, when I was appointed as High Commissioner, one of the first things I did was I went online looking at what was the government's policies, what was the government's plan, what did the government of Ghana have planned in terms of growing my country, growing
the economy of Ghana for the 4 years. I looked at the entire plan and then looked at, okay, fine, and then I looked at what exactly are they doing? Where is the gap? Right. I know that there was the Ghana Business Angels Network, but it was run by government. I never advised the government running an angel network. It does not work. So for me, it was easy because I recognized where the gap was and then came in. It took a while to set up all those meetings, but I was determined not to bribe no one, because if I want to come and discuss something with the government that I know will, grow the economy, I don't have to pay to make the appointment. That is my government. They are put in place to lead and to grow the economy. So why do I need to, unless there is a set fee to pay to make an appointment with the minister, fine. But if there isn't, I wouldn't. So it took me a while, but I was determined. So eventually we set up the meetings, and I shared with them my idea, my goals and my vision for Ghana. And I'm glad that, that core part was immediately adopted, and we set to work on that, because you have to work on one thing, get it right, birth it, then move to the next, move to the next, move to the next. So my advice to the government is always be willing to engage with the diaspora, because we hold that we hold our nation, quite dearly, if you will. But if I know that when I come, I'm going to be welcomed, and, listening to somebody doesn't mean you have to do anything they've told you. You just don't. But if you won't even listen, then I personally am not interested, because there's so many other things I could do with my time. It's my time that puts food on the table for my kids. And yes, I have a commitment towards my country. By the end of the day, I also, my first commitment is to my family. And so if I'm willing to give of my time, my experience, my expertise, but it's not even welcomed, it's just a principle of, it doesn't matter who, what, or why. If that is not welcome, then I always say, don't go where you're tolerated. Go where you're welcomed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alton. I think I can listen to you the whole day. And yes. And I think what other diasporans can learn from you actually is the vision, the tenacity, the integrity that you hold. These are all key qualities that other diasporans who are listening to us can pick from your story and also continue to contribute towards Africa's development. I know there are a lot of you out there, a lot of the diasporans who think and hold the same vision as you do. Continue to mobilize them and come to Africa's aid. Africa needs the diasporans, and the diasporans also need Africa. Thank you very much, Dr. Alton, for speaking with us. This is AAU TV, and I was your host for today's show, and my guest for today was Dr. Tina Alton. Thank you for watching. See you another time.
Thank you for having me. And if the Ministry for Finance gets to watch this, I am still waiting for that meeting.
Sure. Bye.
Are you an institution or individual? Do you intend to organize a memorable event to be archived for future reference? Then look no further than AAU Studios, because it's your best bet. With our spacious studio and state-of-the-art media equipment such as you are sure to get the best of productions. Visit us at Trinity Avenue, East Legon, adjacent the National Accreditation Board, or contact the AAU Studios via the following email addresses: info@aau.org, AAUTV@aau.org, or Ransford@aau.org. Alternatively, you can call us on +233
Good day, Africa. This is Event Update on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. Event Update is all about information on upcoming higher education events and scholarship opportunities in Africa. And it is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. My name is Isa. The Association of African Universities, AAU, is pleased to invite you to its 15th General Virtual Conference hosted by the Government of Ghana under the theme, The Future of African Higher Education, which is scheduled from 5th to 8th July 2021. Sub-themes to be discussed are the future of African higher education post-COVID-19, contribution of African higher education institutions to address the challenges linked to the COVID-19 pandemic, contribution of the diaspora to African higher education, and many more. Expected participants are ministries of higher education, researchers and research organizations in Africa and beyond, academics, regional educational bodies, diasporans and their institutions who have interest in African higher education, Regional Economics Commission, RECs, students, among others. The AAU is also inviting authors to submit papers on the General Conference theme and its sub-themes. This should include names, institutional affiliations, contact details of authors, and paper title. Interested applicants are to register via the link on the screen before 15th June 2021. And for more information, email secgen@aau.org and copy info@aau.org or visit www.events.aau.org/GenCon.
L'Association des universités africaines, l'AUA, est heureuse de vous inviter à sa 15e conférence virtuelle générale organisée par le gouvernement du Ghana sous le thème « L'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain » qui est prévu du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Les sous-thèmes à discuter sont « L'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain post-Covid-19 et les défis liés à la pandémie de Covid-19 ». Contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain et bien d'autres. Les participants attendus sont les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, les chercheurs et les organismes de l'enseignement éducatif régionaux, les diasporans et leurs établissements qui s'intéressent à l'enseignement supérieur africain, les commissions d'économie régionale, la CER, les étudiants entre autres. L'AUA invite également les auteurs à soumettre les articles sous le thème de la conférence générale et les sous-thèmes. Cela devrait inclure les noms, l'affiliation institutionnelle, les coordonnées des autres et le titre papier. Les candidats intéressés doivent s'inscrire via le lien à l'écran avant le 15 juin 2021. Et pour plus d'informations, envoyez un courrier à secgen@aau.org et copiez info@aau.org ou encore visitez le www.event.aau.org/GenCon.
The University of Marseille is inviting international students to apply for the International Postgraduate Excellence Scholarship 2021-2022 in New Zealand. This scholarship allows postgraduate level programs in the field of linguistics, arts, international development studies, and sustainable development taught at the university. Interested applicants must secure a GPA of B+ average. Every international student who is enrolled as a full fee-paying student throughout his or her study in a postgraduate program at Marseille University is eligible to this application. Applicants must first apply for the admission at Marseille University, then fill the funding form and submit to international@marseille.ac.nz before 1st May 2021. Visit www.massey.ac.nz/massey/admission.
L'Université de Massey invite des étudiants internationaux à postuler aux bourses internationales d'excellence post-universitaire 2021-2022 au Nouvelle-Zélande. Cette bourse permet des programmes de niveau post-universitaire dans le domaine de la linguistique, des arts, des études et développement international et du développement durable enseignés à l'université. Les candidats intéressés doivent obtenir un GPA de moyenne B. Tous les étudiants internationaux inscrits en tant qu'étudiants payants, tout allant de son étude dans un programme de 3e cycle à l'université Massey sont éligibles à cette candidature. Les candidats doivent d'abord demander leur admission à l'université Massey, puis remplir le formulaire de financement et le soumettre à international@massey.ac.nz avant le 1er mai 2021. Visitez le www.massey.ac.nz/massey/admission pour plus d'informations.
The International Water Management Institute is calling for applications from females to apply for scholarship to study Masters of Philosophy Studies under a 5-year project dubbed Resilience Against Climate Change, Social Transformation Research and Policy Advocacy. This European Commission-funded research project is a collaboration between the International Water Management Institute, University of Ghana Center for Migration Studies, University for Development Studies, and CSIR Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. This project seeks to contribute to more inclusive and sustainable economic growth policy and programming approaches in the Upper West region of Ghana by January 2025. Interested applicants will be required to meet the general admission requirements of the degree in social science or any related disciplines and be highly motivated to pursue postgraduate studies. Applicants can apply by submitting a pre-proposal describing your proposed research idea, a brief motivation note, an application letter, CV, 2 references or recommendation letters, evidence of 2021-2022 admission, as well as copies of certificates and transcripts before 1st June 2021. Email darawura@yahoo.com or tejoseph@yahoo.co.uk or c.osei-amponsa@cgiar.org.
L'Institut international de gestion de l'eau appelle les femmes à demander une bourse pour étudier les études master pour philosophie dans le cadre d'un projet de 5 ans intitulé « Résilience contre le changement climatique ». Recherche sur la transformation sociale et plaidoyer politique. Ce projet de entre l'Institut international de gestion de l'eau, l'Université du Ghana, Centre for Migration Studies, University for Development Studies et la CSIR, Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. Ce projet vise à une programmation plus inclusive et durable dans la région de Haute-Ouest du Ghana d'ici janvier 2025. Le candidat intéressé devra satisfaire aux exigences générales d'admission des universités, doit postuler dans l'une des universités et être très motivé pour poursuivre des études de 3e cycle. Les candidats peuvent postuler en soumettant une proposition décrivant votre idée de recherche proposée, une brève note de motivation, une lettre de candidature, preuve de 2021-2022, ainsi que des copies des certificats et des transcriptions avant le 1er juin 2021. Envoyez un courriel à jaraoura@yahoo.com ou encore à tejoseph@ yahoo.co.uk ou encore c.orsay en passant @cgiaa.org.
The Institute of Applied Science and Technology at the University of Ghana is inviting you to register for their 1-month intensive training and capacity building workshop on greenhouse vegetable production. This program is to attract vegetable and fruit farmers, the youth, women and students into agriculture and to promote a more advanced and comfortable farming technology which is suitable for urban spaces. It is also to equip and build capacity of beneficiaries with the necessary knowledge and skills in protected and controlled environment agriculture. Interested applicants are to register via the link on the screen before 23rd April 2021. For more information, contact +233 541 035 469 or +233 244 046 850 or email iast@eugene.edu.gh.
L'Institut des sciences appliquées et de la technologie de l'Université du Ghana vous invite à vous inscrire au monde des capacités sur la production de légumes de terre. Ce programme vise à attirer les producteurs de légumes et de fruits, des jeunes, les femmes et des étudiants dans l'agriculture et à promouvoir une technologie agricole plus avancée et confortable, adaptée à renforcer les capacités des bénéficiaires avec les connaissances et les compétences nécessaires en agriculture environnementale protégée et contrôlée. Les candidats intéressés doivent s'inscrire via le lien à l'écran avant le 23 avril 2021. Pour plus d'informations, contactez le +233 54 10 35 469 ou encore le +233 244 046 850 ou encore envoyez un courrier à iast@ug.edu.gh.
The African German Network of Excellence in Science, AGNES, is pleased to announce the call for applications for 2 of their funding programs. AGNES program advocating women in science, technology, engineering and mathematics, PALS, Intra-Africa Mobility Grants for Junior Female Researchers, and AGNES Intra-Africa Mobility Grants for Junior Researchers, generally for male and female candidates. This active cooperation of AGNES and potential AGNES members. Interested applicants may be from any academic discipline but must be officially registered for doctoral degree at a university or tertiary institute in sub-Saharan Africa and must be a national of a sub-Saharan in sub-Saharan African countries and cannot be conducted in the home country. Only applicants with an identified scientific host and mutually agreed upon proposal or work schedule will be considered the grant. Qualified applicants should submit their application forms, copy of academic transcripts, list of published articles with indication on top of their proposal, and CV whether they are applying for the AGNES Mobility Grant or AGNES PALS Mobility Grant, and a letter of invitation from the scientific host via info@agnes-h.org before 30th April 2021. For more information, info@agnes-h.org or visit www.agnes-h.org.
Le réseau d'excellence afro-allemand en sciences AGNES est heureuse d'annoncer l'appel à candidature pour 2 de ses programmes de financement. AGNES, Programme Advocating Women in Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics, PAL. Subvention de mobilité intra-africaine pour les chercheurs juniors et subvention de mobilité intra-africaine AGNES pour les chercheurs juniors, généralement pour les candidats masculins et féminins. Ces subventions visent à renforcer la capacité scientifique et la mise en réseau des jeunes chercheurs en Afrique grâce à la coopération active d'Agnès et des membres potentiels d'Agnès. Les candidats intéressés peuvent appartenir à n'importe quelle discipline universitaire, mais doivent être officiellement inscrits au doctorat dans une université ou un institut supérieur en Afrique subsaharienne et doivent être ressortissants d'un pays d'Afrique subsaharienne. Les candidats doivent démontrer clairement que leur travail est pertinent pour le développement dans les pays d'Afrique subsaharienne et ne peut pas être mené dans le pays d'origine. Seuls les candidats ayant un note scientifique identifié et une proposition ou un calendrier de travail mutuellement convenu seront pris en considération pour la subvention. Les candidats qualifiés doivent soumettre leur formulaire de candidature, copie de la transcription académique, liste des articles publiés avec des indications en plus de leur proposition et CV s'ils demandent et subvention de mobilité Agnès ou à subvention de mobilité Agnès Pause et une lettre d'invitation de l'hôte scientifique via info@agnes-h.org avant le 30 avril 2021. Et pour plus d'informations, envoyez un courriel à zgtonga@gmail.com ou encore à info@agnes-h.org ou visitez le www.agnes-h.org.
That is all for today's update. Event Update is brought to you by the Association of African Universities. Please follow us on our social media platforms as Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram. You can also visit our dedicated website at tv.aau.org for more of
Université africaine, AUA, l'organisation faîtière de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique, invite toutes les parties prenantes à sa 15e conférence générale quadriennale qui se tiendra du 5 au 8 juillet 2021. Le thème de cette conférence est l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain. La conférence se tiendra virtuellement et ce sera accueilli par le gouvernement du Ghana. Elle comprend les 6 sous-thèmes principaux suivants. Sous-thème 1, l'avenir de l'enseignement supérieur africain après la COVID-19. Sous-thème 2, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains pour le relevé des défis liés à la pandémie COVID-19. Sous-thème 3, contribution des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains à la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Sous-thème 4, financement des établissements d'enseignement supérieur africains face à une économie imprévisible. Sous-thème 5, intégration de l'apprentissage en ligne et de la fracture numérique. Sous-thème 6, contribution de la diaspora à l'enseignement supérieur africain. Les participants attendus comprenant entre autres les ministères de l'enseignement supérieur, des universitaires, les chercheurs et organismes de recherche en Afrique et au-delà, les organismes éducatifs régionaux comme la IUCEA, la CAMES, la SAROA, le secteur privé organisé et les chefs d'industrie, les partenaires de développement, agences et organisations internationales et d'autres acteurs de l'éducation. La 15e conférence générale quadriennale de l'AUA est là. Pour vous inscrire et participer, veuillez visiter la tinyurl.com/AAUGC 2021 et pour plus d'informations sur la conférence, veuillez visiter le site web event.aau.org/GenCon ou envoyer un courriel à secgen@aau.org et copier info@aau.org. L'AUA, la voie de l'enseignement supérieur en Afrique.
This module is within the transformative curriculum course. It is part of transformative curriculum. We are calling it mainstreaming gender in curriculum. In your schedules, these ones, it reads engendering the curriculum. So we've made a change there because we didn't quite think that the word engendering was capturing what it is that we are doing in this module, which relates to what one of the participants, I'm looking for your name, which relates to what Rahim said, that he's expecting to hear more about designing curriculum and so on and so on. It's also about designing, but as you design it, are you gender responsive? Are you gender sensitive? So we have our session objectives. And some of you have already said something about expectations related to this. You would be able to understand gender issues, gender mainstreaming. We would be able to identify within your classroom environment or within your educational institution. We hope that you'll be able to identify gender issues. And then we'll be able to explain how gender influences learning and therefore why gender is important, why we need to mainstream curriculum. And finally, we hope that you'll be able to incorporate what we will have learned into your course outlines. Remember, you came with a course outline. We are saying by the end of this workshop, that that course outline should change or would change. So one of the changes you'll be looking for is that you have mainstreamed gender in your course outline. Any questions this far? Does anybody have a question? Okay, if there's no question, then we'll move on to do some group exercise. Around your table, one at a time. Around your table, there are orange and blue cards or stickers. These ones. Pick an orange sticker and within your group, we write nothing if you think it's nothing. So whatever it is, if you think it's nothing, please go ahead and write nothing on the orange card. So in your table, you have the cards. So please write what a man can do that a woman cannot do. Please pay attention to the fact that the word cannot is underlined. The word cannot is underlined. Within the next 1 minute, I would like you within your table to identify one of the answers that you have. Every one of you has written something. Give me your best answer from that table. So I only need one response per table. From each table, I only need one response. We are looking for a doing word, a verb. A verb. What can a man do that a woman cannot do? I need my stickers. Let's get the stickers. Please hand over a sticker per table. One orange sticker per table, please. On the orange, one sticker per table. Yes. One sticker per table, please bring them. Let's have them. Let's have them. We will close the activity. Only one from this table. It's the same thing. One from this table. We will close this activity because we don't have time. So just bring your sticker and then we close the activity. Only one. Only one activity. Good. Okay, we can use the ones we have. Please bring the ones you have. Forget about the others. Okay, that's enough. Mary, bring those ones. Those are enough. Next question. We have another question. Take a blue sticker. Take a blue sticker and agree aloud your table on one thing that a man can do, a woman can do, but a man cannot. Please note that the word can, cannot are underlined. Blue card. Take a blue card. On it, write one thing. A verb. Only one verb. Yeah? Blue. Blue. Let's have the responses. Let's have the responses, please. Let's have the responses. Bring the response. Give me the response, please. Responses. Give this to me. Yes, please. Any other? Please give it. Okay. So the blue card. Okay. Now, the orange card, I want to believe, has a verb about doing. It's about something that a man can do, but a woman cannot. On the right side of the front, from your end, you have stickers on what a woman can do that a man cannot. And I said we are going to lay emphasis on the word can and the word cannot. Yeah? Okay, while we are collecting the last posters, we would like to begin so that we can move on. We would like to start with the first question. And the first question was what a man can do, and reading the responses that you gave. And if we agree, I will put it up on the wall. If we don't agree, we will throw it away. Are we together? Then we'll be left with the correct answers. So somebody said that there is nothing that a man can do and a woman cannot. Do we agree? We don't agree, so this is not right. We remove it. Somebody said, a man cannot give birth. This was not for this side. Somebody wrote on the wrong card. He said a man cannot give birth. That question was, yes. So it should have been on the blue card. We'll put it here for now. The next response that we got is that a woman cannot father a child. Yes. A woman cannot father a child. What do you mean by fathering? What does it mean to father? Or fertilize? That's the word. Cannot fertilize. When you use the word father, you confuse us. Because even playing with a child is fathering a child.
But you cannot fertilize a child, right?
No, we didn't say fertilize a child. It is fertilize a woman. But this was a woman cannot give birth, cannot father a child. So we are saying the word father is problematic. So we won't put it up there. Somebody said none. There's nothing that a man can do that a woman cannot. Is it right? Father a child a woman cannot. Again, it's problematic. The word father doesn't quite help. A man can father a child, a woman cannot. A man can impregnate a woman. A woman cannot. Yes, and we all agree. So we'll leave it there, sitting there prominently. A man can impregnate a woman, it's the same thing. Nothing. There's nothing that a man can do that a woman cannot. Do you agree? No. Making a woman pregnant. A man can make a woman pregnant, a woman cannot. And the last one is that a woman cannot impregnate another woman. Okay. I'll remove these blue cards because they're in the wrong place. They would either be here or there. So if you notice, we've been left with 3 cards. And actually all the 3 cards are saying the same thing. A man can impregnate a woman cannot. That is the one we agree with. Let's move on to the woman. What a woman can do that a man cannot. And let's see what it is she can do. One of the responses is that a man does not have monthly menstruation. Okay, it's the same thing, a month, it's exactly the same thing. A woman can be pregnant, a man cannot, can be pregnant. None, there is nothing that a woman can do that a man trash. A woman can carry a pregnancy, it's the same thing. A woman can get pregnant naturally, a man cannot. A woman can get pregnant, a man cannot. A woman can get pregnant, a man cannot. A woman can give birth, a man cannot. But it's the wrong color. What do you notice? But we don't have it there, but it's true. A woman can breastfeed a baby, a man cannot. Yes.
What do we make of the thing I read sometime in the past? Reproduction.
That is technological. Okay. You have already said it is assisted. Technology can help us do things. Yeah? Now, you notice that very few cards were left on the wall. Do you notice that? Which tells us that there are very few that a woman can, that a man can do. Now, on this end, we said a man, basically we have one card. A man can impregnate a woman cannot. On this other side, basically we have one thing. A woman can get pregnant, a man cannot. Yeah, the second card is about menstruation, which is about getting pregnant anyway. So in essence, we are saying it's only one thing, by and large. Yeah? What else do you notice about those two? Does anybody notice something about the two? They are biological. They are biological. Yeah? What else do we notice? They are natural. What else? Good. They are natural. They are biological. What else do we notice? They are God-given. Okay. God-given, natural.
They involve the input of the other person.
Thank you very much. They are complementary. They complement each other. A woman will not get pregnant without a man. So they complement each other, and they are biological, and they are natural. They are God-given, if you wish. But let's move to the next two questions. The question of may. We'll do the same thing. We'll begin by seeing what a man may do that a woman may not. Again, if we agree, we'll remove the card. If we agree, we'll leave the card on the wall. If we don't agree, we remove it. What may a man do that a woman may not? So what a man can do that a woman, this is can. We don't want can now. So they're on that side. So what a man may do that a woman may not are actually here. Why we were insisting on the cards is to help us identify them quickly, but somehow we mixed the cards. So a man may be a night security, a woman may not. Okay. The next one, a man may be a night guard, a woman may not. A man may climb a palm tree, a woman may not. I hear some yes. Somebody who is saying yes can tell us. No, let's listen. The perspectives are important. Somebody says yes.
Yes. I've never seen a woman climbing a palm tree to tap palm.
The question was not have you ever seen? No, the question was may. Or may not. Okay. So it's not. Why is it not? Yeah? It is not culturally acceptable. We are not on can anymore. We moved on, we are on may.
It's culturally unacceptable. That does not mean that a woman may not do it.
We underlined the word may. Remember, we underlined the word may. So what do we mean when we say may? May choose. It is optional. English is difficult, but anyway, we'll try to unpack it. Very often when we say may, we are more or less saying permitted. Am I right? Yeah? It's permitted. So we are saying society does not permit women to climb palm trees. And that's why I'm saying it's correct. It's not. Let's hear you.
Some parts of the country, like Akwa Ibom or the eastern part, I think.
Wonderful, wonderful. She has said what I was looking for. She has said in some parts of this country. In some parts of Nigeria, women actually climb palm trees. And their society expects them to and accept that it is okay for them. So they may. But in other communities, they may not. Very strongly. The other communities very strongly think that women may not climb palm trees. So we don't even need to go through the other. Is that may varies from community to community. So before you answer, a woman may climb a tree, you need to tell us where, among which community, in which context. Sometimes it's not even about the same, about community. You can find that in the same community, depending on where they live, some may, others may not. Yeah. Why? Because gender is dynamic. It is not like sex, which is static. When you're born in Kenya and you're born male, and you migrate to Nigeria, you will still be male. Yeah? If you're born male, 100 years later, you will be male. You will die male. Yeah? Are we together? But gender changes. A community may think this today, but over time, they might think about it and decide, no, let women climb trees. They change. Yeah? Why? Because gender is a social construct, cultural construct. It is constructed by society. It is constructed by cultures. So it will vary from one culture to another. And because culture is dynamic, it will vary from time to time. Yeah? We said sex is natural, it's factual. We didn't argue. When we were talking about what a man can do, there were no arguments. It was very easy. But when it came to gender, now there was, because this is about perceptions, it's about what we know, what we believe, what we think, what we have been told, rather than about what it is. And it's very easy to agree on sex because we know when we see, we know who males are, we know who females are. We can't argue around that. But when it comes to gender, because of the variance from context to context, then it becomes a very emotive issue. And even in real life, you find that when you say, let's talk about gender, it becomes very emotional. It becomes very controversial because people have different perspectives and different ideas depending on where they're coming from. So any question on the differences between gender and sex? Do we seem clear on gender now? Yes, we have a question.
I want to ask, if you are filling a form and they say sex, because you are static, you choose me, because I'm a man. If they say gender, can I choose femininity?
Very often, the two terms are used in confusion around the use of the term, and we will see why that confusion is there. Because we use sex to define gender. You can't define gender without sex. You notice that? Because society constructs gender on the basis of sex. It says you are a man, therefore you can climb trees. They'll even say can now. They forgot it was a may, they say can. You are a woman, so you can cook. But the issue is not can, it is may. The society is saying, because you're a man, you may not go to the kitchen. So sex is used as the basis for constructing expectations and behaviors and attitudes about men and women. Otherwise, when we are talking about sex, we are talking about biological, natural, given. When a child is born, we all say, let's celebrate, it's a baby girl. There are no arguments. Nobody says, no, it's a boy. No, people agree.